Yes, family, large up yourself, big up yourself. It's the hostess with the mostest. Select the Sila Shaloms on the one and twos. You know how we do. It's a vibes. I see the fam chiming in. We up on a late night with it. You know what I mean? Woke up late, missed the fight. Heard Tyson lost by unanimous decision. As we are saying in the islands, Efridat. You know what I mean? I don't know why my camera not showing. It's a blood clot vibes. Yeah, man, I just want to come vibe out with the people on some late night. You know what I mean? On some late night vibes. Decided to go live. You know what I mean? I seen a couple other people live on the joint. Like, damn, it's damn near 2 o'clock in the morning and niggas live on YouTube. Like, the Hebrew Israelites doing their little Sabbath classes and people chiming in. I'm like, oh, that's what we doing. All right, well, let me go live then. I'm wired up anyway, you know what I'm saying? So what's the vibe, family? What we looking like? What it look like? Give me a one in the chat if you can hear me clearly. Give me a one in the chat if you can hear me clearly. Make sure I ain't muffled. Make sure y'all with me. You know what I mean? Okay. Okay. Yeah. Just me. I see you. Donnie. I see you. I see the ones coming in. All right. So we sounding good. My mic sounds nice. Check one. But I've been having little problems with this camera joint. My little cam. But nonetheless, y'all can hear the God. All right, let me see if I can share my screen. We're going to touch on something. Back at it. Got my ginger beer. I don't know. Yeah. I don't know why my camera now work, Let me get back to the Damn, no audio all that time. Ha! You know what? Let me keep my mic on. All right, so now, wonder where I left off at. What was the last thing y'all heard? But nonetheless, we'll start here though. Let me keep my phone on. He must be going in right now. Hey, yeah, I was going in too, but no. We'll start here with this screen. So you see the Earth plane as the elementary. That's the elementary school, right? You have the atmospheric plane. That's high school, and then you have the etheric plane, which exists outside of the Earth and its atmosphere, which will be considered college or universities, cities in the universe. When you see that term universities, cities in the universe. So we started on the earth level. When we come into this world, we come in on the earth plane, terrestrial plane. This is elementary school. We learn all the elements on the elementary level. So on the elementary level, we already have government structure. We have president, vice president, Congress. We have a system set up on the elementary level. So what makes you think it'll be any different in the atmospheric level or within high school, right? So when our ancestors cross over in spirit or atmospheria and are risen, there are systems already set up for their development and education. No different than when you came into this world on the elementary level. There are systems set up already, right? So everything is prepared, structure, organization is already set up when you come into this world. So when you cross over and die and enter the spirit world or the atmospheric worlds, it's going to be the exact same thing. There's going to be systems already set up, structure, development. So when you come in there, you're going to be nurtured and nursed by people who already been in the realm for a long period of time, right? So like I said, if we got government structure on the elementary level, on the earth plane, it's no different on the atmospheric plane. Now, my bad, I had to pause, boy. They letting that thing off right now. Somebody letting that thing off right now. Good night. But yeah. So dealing with your spiritual ascension, you're going to always be ascending. So whether if this is the earth that we're dealing with or whether if it's another inhabitable world, the process is still the same. The system in order is still the same. Ascension. Now look at this. What is our purpose on earth? Book of Jehovah, 2 verse 2. Jehovah said, I created the earth and fashioned it and placed it in the firmament, and by my presence brought man forth the living being, and I gave him a corporeal body, so that he could learn corporeal things. And I made death so that he could rise in the firmament and inherit my etherian worlds. See that? So what's the purpose of you on earth? To rise in the firmament and inherit the etherian worlds. That's your purpose, which is to graduate. Huh? What is your purpose in school? You remember, earth is the school. Let's scroll back up. See? Earth is elementary school. So what is the purpose of elementary school? To graduate. When you graduate elementary school, what is the purpose of high school? To graduate, which would be the atmospheric plane. And when you graduate the atmospheric plane, what is your next destiny? To college and universities in the etheric region. And then you graduate that. So it's constant elevation, it's constant ascension. So your purpose on earth is to what? Elevate, to graduate. Your purpose on earth is to graduate. And what did it say? And I made death so that he could rise in the firmament and inherit my etherian worlds. So there's your purpose, to inherit the etherian worlds. Now, So our purpose is to inherit the etherian worlds. What are the etherian worlds? Book of Jehovah, chapter 2, verse 6. In the all highest places I created the etherian world. See that? The Bible don't even make no mention of this. In the Bible, the New Jerusalem is coming down out of heaven to the earth plane. While in the Owaspi, it's telling you that the all highest places is in the etherian plane. So we have a conflict with Bible and Owaspi dealing with ascension and descension. When you ascend, you don't come backwards. When you graduated elementary school, did you go back to elementary school? Let's scroll back up. See? Earth is the elementary school. When you graduate elementary school, when have you ever went back to elementary school when you moved on to high school? Huh? When you graduated high school, did you come back to high school? You may have came back to visit your friends you ain't seen in a minute, but you ain't going back to learn. You graduate and move forward. But according to the Bible, if you was to put this in school relevance, the New Jerusalem will be coming from atmosphere high school down to elementary school. That's like going from high school to elementary school. So the New Jerusalem is coming from high school back to elementary. While in the Owaspi, it's telling you that when you die, you're going to rise into the etherian filament. Your duty is to go into the colleges and universities and there continue ascension. So I'm showing you a contrast and conflict of interest when it deals with a spiritual ascension dealing with the Owaspi in the Bible. The Bible got you going backwards, right? So now let's describe this etherian. Verse 6, in the all highest places I created the etherian worlds, and I made them of all shapes and sizes, similar to my corporeal worlds. But I made the etherian worlds inhabited both within and without, with entrance and exit, and arches and curves, thousands of miles high and wide, and in colors and movable chisels, mountainous and endless chains of brilliance, and over them I ruled with all perfect mechanism. To them I gave motion and orbits and courses of their own, and I made them independent and above all other worlds in potency and majesty. So the etherian worlds are above all other worlds in potency and majesty. And keep in mind, this is your inheritance that the Owaspi is telling you. Now, who would deny this? Who would reject this? This is your inheritance. Why would you want to reject something that the Creator created on this massive scale of grandeur for you to inherit free? No charge. Jah not taxing you for the kingdom of heaven. You ain't got to pay taxes in the kingdom of heaven when you're dealing with the Creator. You may have to pay a token to these false gods. You may have to pay a tenth to these false gods when you enter their kingdom, but for Jehovah's kingdom, it's free. Jehovah's kingdom is free. Deshaun, I see you. What you doing up so late? What y'all doing up so late? I see you, Bazell. I see you not seeing these. What y'all, Snoop? What's good? I see y'all. Y'all up with the God. That's what's up. Now look, this is a description of the ether, the etheric realms. Just remember, the etherian worlds are the worlds that exist outside of the earth and its atmosphere. Let me scroll back up. See, you have the earth and its atmosphere. The earth and its atmosphere move as one unit. They move as one unit. You see what I'm saying? So when you graduate the atmospheric realm, the exosphere, you're exiting out the exosphere, entering the etherian realm. See, they call it the exosphere because you're exiting. When you get to this point, you're up and out. It's graduation. You're out of here. Choo. To them ethers, right? So when we come back down to the verse, this is what we're looking at, the ether, deep space. Deep space. Them etheric realms, them arches, curved, miles wide and high. That's what we're talking about here. Here's another example of Etheria. Book of Fragapati, chapter 3, verse 14. For so great is the inventive power of the Great Spirit, the Creator, that never twice alike will one find the scenes in the etherian worlds. See that? But radiant, each different, all moving into everlasting changes, as if each one were to outdo the former in beauty and magnificence. Now, keep in mind, this is your inheritance that I'm describing. This is what the Great Spirit, the Creator, has in store for you. So while the carnal mind, the simple mind, want to run about talking about John Rubro and talking about the colonizer, look at the magnitude of what's being described here for your inheritance in the book. Hmm? So that is a brief description the OASP gives describing our inheritance as spiritual beings. But how does mortal rise to the etherian world? See that? We got system in order. How do we get to the etherian worlds? How do we get there? Book of Divinity 1, chapter 1, verse 1 and 2, 3. God, son of Jehovah, said, by virtue of my own authority, and in the name of Jehovah, creator of all things, peace and comprehensive judgment to angels and mortals. Key word there is comprehensive. You got to comprehend what's going on. That from the little that has been demonstrated in the world of governments and principalities being manifested on earth, you may be taught that similar organic bodies exist in the heavens belonging to the earth, as above, so below, as above. Keep in mind, we in elementary school. These angels, Jehovah and them, Jehovah's angels, Jehovah's sons and daughters, they're in high school. They're speaking from the atmospheric realm. Verse 3, which heavenly places and governments were the cause and forerunners of good governments manifested among mortals. See that? So God here is letting you know that we already have these heavenly governments set up in the heavens. The reason you have it on earth is because of us. We inspire you humans to create these governments and systems because they are a shadow of what we have in the heavens. You get that? You get that? It ain't hard to understand. This ain't hard to understand when you think about it. It's really easy. Look at this. Now, this is the system in order of the arc cycles. We have everything laid out. When was the first heavenly kingdom set up? See that? Now, what you see in here is a map. These are the arc cycles of 3,000 years, right? You see the earth right here. Above the earth, it says first arc cycle. Below the earth, it has the time period, the date. It says 71,553 BC, right? And then it says creation of man. And then from the creation of man, you have the first arc cycle after the creation of man, the second arc cycle after the creation of man, the third arc cycle after the creation of man, and so forth. That's how the OASP tracks time and history through these arc cycles, right? So now, look what it states. OASP Bible, Book of Synopsis of 16 Cycles, verse 1, chapter 1, verse 5. Look what it states. At the time of the creation of man, the earth was traveling in the arc of Wan, where thousands of Orion chiefs live, with billions of high-raised angels. So at the time of the creation of man, right here, when the earth was traveling in the first arc cycle, the arc of Wan is when the angels descended to the earth to do what? Help lift man up, raise him up as to be teachers to man. Look what it states next. OASP Bible, Book of Jehovah, 8:16. And Jehovah caused the angels of Atmospheria to assemble together and organize the first kingdom of the heaven of the earth. Now, the Bible doesn't talk about a first kingdom. Niggas is not even aware of the term first kingdom when you come to the biblical readers. If you were to tell the biblical readers there was the first kingdom, they're going to be lost. Like, what are you talking about? There's only God's kingdom. Right? So they don't even understand. They have no clue what a system and order of how things operate. That's where they lost. So again, Jehovah calls the angels of Atmospheria. Now keep in mind, Atmospheria is high school. So you have an organization of angels organizing in high school, and they created the first kingdom of heaven, of earth. So it's like creating a high school in the atmosphere. And look what it states next. And the place was called Horeb, because it was the place of the first organic abiding place for what? The first God of this world. The Bible readers will have no understanding of what that means. What do you mean the first God of this world? See that? Because they don't know the understanding of the heavenly kingdom. The same way you have the first president, the same way you got the first president, George Washington. He was the first president on the American shores. And then after the first president, you had what? The second and the third. See, what they fail to realize is that the heavenly kingdom is set up in that same manner. You have gods that succeed the throne, and other gods come in to sit on the throne. Bible readers have no understanding of that. No understanding of that. Right? So look what it states in the highlight. It was the place of the first organic abiding place for the first God of this world. Now, what is the purpose of these angels setting up a heavenly kingdom? What is the purpose of a heavenly kingdom? See that? Verse 3. Book of the Synopsis of 16 Cycles, chapter 1, verse 3. During a cycle, now here is the purpose. During a cycle, the earth and her heavens travel through the etherian regions of hundreds of etherian worlds, which are inhabited by Jehovah's high-raised angels. You remember, I spoke earlier and said that our inheritance is the etherian worlds. And here in this verse, it states, which are inhabited by Jehovah's high-raised angels. So these high-raised angels are inhabiting the realm that Jehovah told us that we will inherit after we move on from this physical plane. So understand that, right? During a cycle, the earth and her heavens travel through the etherian regions of hundreds of etherian worlds, which are inhabited by Jehovah's high-raised angels. These high-raised angels were just like us in corporeal bodies and fleshly bodies at one time. And through the process of ascension, they're in the inhabited world of Etheria now. Right? Whose chiefs are involved in what? The management of worlds. That's the purpose of setting up a kingdom. They got to manage a world. In order to manage it, they got to have structure, system, and order for that world. During the time of a cycle, the earth is therefore under the control and management of such angels of Jehovah for what? The resurrection of man on earth. So what is your purpose? What is the purpose of setting up the heavenly kingdom? For the resurrection. See that? The resurrection. You hear the Christians talk about resurrection. You hear the Hebrews talk about resurrection. This is the real resurrection. When you're talking about one man resurrecting from the dead, everybody resurrect from the dead when you die. That's like a baby being born into the world. That's a natural occurrence. That's organic. It's just natural. When you die, you're birthed in spirit. You're resurrected. You come out your fleshly body. So what Jaja said, under the control and management of such angels of Jehovah, for the resurrection of man on earth. So the purpose of setting up a heavenly kingdom is for your resurrection, your ascension. Remember, we're starting off on the elementary level. So in order for us to graduate to the high school, right, we got to have system and order set up. We just can't be wandering around thinking we're going to ascend by wandering. Book of Santanti, Son of Jehovah, chapter 23, verse 4. Jehovah had said, those who come out of the earth shall be sufficient to themselves. As a mother provides for her child, so do I provide for the spirit generation of a corporeal world. But when they are mature in wisdom, strength, and love, I command them to take the offices of what? Lords and God in the management of my kingdoms. Do you see what's going on here? God is a manager of a kingdom. Lords are managers under God in the kingdom. See, we have structure and order here. But in the Bible, the God that they're dealing with is being used up as the Most High. It's confusion. That ain't being clear. Look, setting up a heavenly kingdom under the authority of Jehovah, the ever-present creator. See, the Owaspi is giving you the correct way to understand who God is and differentiating God from the creator. This is why the Owaspi reigns supreme, because this is the most important thing. Y'all want to worry about John Newbro being a white man, a 33rd degree dentist and all that, but this is the most valuable thing of the book that we're demonstrating right here. Understanding the difference between the kingdom of God and Jehovah the Creator, or whatever name you want to put on the Creator. So now, Owaspi, Book of Divinity, chapter 1, verse 4. Gotta fix that. Jehovah said, he who is chief of a government on earth shall be called a king. Now here's an example of a king on earth, Haile Selassie, sitting on his throne, right? A king sits on his throne. We heard many clips when I played Tazariak saying God sit on the throne. So here is an example of that. He who is chief of a government on earth shall be called king. And here's an example of the king. Look what it states. But he who is chief of my heavenly government shall be called God. Now you see God, El, the Canaanite God El, sitting on his throne. The same way you see El sitting on his throne is the same way you see Haile Selassie sitting on his throne. As above, so below, as above. But keep in mind, the biblical readers believe that this God is the most high creator, while the Owaspi is letting you know that this is a manager. God is a manager of a kingdom. He just managed the kingdom. You got to understand what's going on here. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This is what Tazariak, this is what most of the Hebrew Israelites believe that God is, a man sitting on a throne. In the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth. This is the God who you believe created the heavens and the earth. This is the Canaanite God El. And you have Israelites who try to be like apostles who try to be like, well, no, El is the Canaanite God. This is the same God the Hebrews was worshiping. The proof of that is in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1. Bereshit bara Elohim. That's Elohim. That's El right there. And then chapter 2, verse 4, validate who El is as Yahweh. You see what I'm saying? Give me a 1 in the chat. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all getting this understanding, family. Give me a 1 in the chat. We ain't done with it. We coming right back to it. Take a 1-minute break. There we go. Now I got a little bit of visuals. Peace to the chat. No, I might not freeze up in this rise. Hit them likes. Yeah. Make sure to hit them likes. Let me pause that. Y'all make sure to hit them likes. Yeah, we got 15 watching right now. Hit them likes. Let's get 15 likes before we get started. Let's make sure we hit them likes. Where we at with them likes? We got none. Matter of fact, I got to hit the goddamn like. We had 10 likes. 5 more. Y'all ain't hit that like. Go ahead and hit that like button so we can move that. Because what I realize is that when the more you hit the likes, the more the videos get shown in the algorithm. So if we're trying to get this information out to the people, hit them likes so people can see this information, because this is detrimental to their understanding. We're talking about the salvation and resurrection of the people. People can't even ascend to these etherian realms because they believe in a God that's bringing a kingdom down to the earth. So we have to challenge these Christians, these Hebrews on that. You know what I mean? But we don't want our people to go backwards still, you know. So let's come back to the lesson now. Coming back to Elohim, where we at with it? Let me share my screen. So now, like I said, this is El, right? This is the God El sitting right here. You know what I mean? And then, like I was saying, when you go to the Bible, you're going to see that this same God is the same God in Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, the same Canaanite God. And see, right here, boom. Hold tight, hold on. Yeah, so when we go to the Bible, when we go to Genesis chapter 1, verse 1, right? It says, in the beginning, God created the heavens and the earth, right? Now look at this. Let's hit the Strong's Concordance. When we hit God, right? What does it say? It say Elohim for God, right? So what does it say for God? Look, it say angels. God is an angel. So we talking about angels when we talk about God in Bible. Angels right here. Now let's go to the root word. This is Elah, still God. Ain't nothing changed. It's still God. See, it's right here. Ain't nothing changed. It's still God. But look what it says that Elohim is. A deity. Or the deity. So we're not dealing with the creator. We're dealing with the deity. We're dealing with an angel that is sitting on the throne of a heavenly kingdom. That's what we're dealing with. So even in the Bible, it got it right as far as God being a deity, but this is not the creator. This is what you think is the creator. And then we got 410, which is the root word El. See that L right there, E-L? Then you got the Hebrew El, the Aleph and the Lamed in Hebrew. So when we come back to the Canaanite God El, see that? This is what we're dealing with. It's the same thing in the Hebrew Strong's Concordance. And then when we scroll down, what is El associated with? It says idols in one instance. But what is El associated with? Angels. Right there again. It's associated with angels. It's associated with men. Man. So your most high God, who you think is the creator, is a man sitting on the throne. And here he is right here, El. When the Israelites went into the land of Canaan, they adopted the God El. They strayed away from the creator, and adopted a deity. They know that. Israel know that. But what Israel don't know is that who they think the Most High is in their mind is still a deity. They think they fell from one deity and started worshiping another deity. That's their outlook. We strayed from the Most High, who is a man, and started worshiping another Most High, who is a man. So they're both wrong in both instances. The Owaspy clears up the fact that the Israelites at one time acknowledged an incomprehensible entity, the Creator, and then they started worshiping deities. Owaspy explains that, shows that. Right? So again, let's come back up to the verse. Jehovah said, "He who is chief of a government on earth shall be called king, but he who is chief of my heavenly government shall be called God." So here you have the two examples, as above, so below. You have Haile Selassie as king on earth, and you have God El as king or God of heaven, both sitting on a throne. You have some Rastas believe that Haile Selassie is God, the same way Christians believe that Jesus is God, right? So you have a lot of confusion going on. Now look at this. Book of Discipline from the Owaspy Bible, Book of Discipline, chapter 1, verse 17. As a kingdom on earth has a king, and the king is nevertheless immortal, so in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels. See that? And the chief over them is God, an angel also. Now, didn't we just show in the Strong's Concordance, H410, that God, right here, El, E-L in the Hebrew, Aleph Lamed, is associated with angels, right there. Mighty men would be mighty angels, angels of rank. See that? So according to the Bible, they associate angels with God, and they associate the one true God, Jehovah, with being an angel. But in the Owaspy, Jehovah is not an angel. Jehovah is describing the heavenly kingdom of his gods, and then under his gods, his mortals, showing you this heavenly structure, as above, so below. So now look, as a kingdom on earth has a king, and nevertheless immortal, and the king is nevertheless immortal. Here's an example of that. So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. So here is an example in this picture of what's being displayed. You have the man on the podium, he will be considered the chief. He will be considered on a mortal plane, he will be considered the king, right? And the kingdom on earth has a king. Here's the kingdom. The people in the crowd, you see the people, right? You see the king, and you see his bodyguards or whatever. And he's a man, nonetheless, like the scriptures say. And then, as a comparison, it says the heavenly place of your God is a kingdom of angels. So here you have the kingdom. You see all the people; those are represented as the angels. And the chief over them is God. Here go God right here, standing at the podium in all white, being an angel also. See that? So an angel ain't nothing more than a man or a woman. That's it. No more, no less. It's what you become after you shed this physical body. You become classified as an ancestor, an angel. And according to your rank as an ancestor or an angel, you will be titled Lord God, guardian angel, depending on wherever you at, as far as your spiritual growth. See that? This is the difference between what we teach and what everybody else teach. We teach that the heavenly kingdom of angels and the chief over them is a God, not to be confused with the creator. That's what we teach. But there is nobody else teaching this. Like I said, in the Bible, God is an angel. And then this same angel is starting off in the beginning. God created the heavens and the earth. God is an angel. To prove that God is an angel, let's go to Acts real quick. The book of Acts 7. Right here. Right there. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spoke to him in Mount Sinai, and our fathers who received the lively oracles to give unto us. So here, this is the angel. God is an angel. There's the proof right there. Because the only person who spoke to Moses in Mount Sinai was God. So here you have God, the angel. Here you have in the concordance, God being described as angels. And then here you have the Awaspi putting the nail in the coffin, letting you know that God is an angel. So in like manner is the heavenly place of your God, a kingdom of angels, and the chief over them is God, an angel also. Nigga, bag drop. So God is just a title, no different than king is a title bestowed on a mortal. God is a title bestowed on an angel. See that? And I already had the precepts right here. And here with the precept. This is he that was in the church in the wilderness with the angel which spoke to him in Mount Sinai, and with our father who received the lively oracles to give unto us. Acts 7:53. Who have received the law by the disposition of angels and have not kept it. So there you have it. There you have it. The laws were given by angels. Kevin, I see the message. The full body detox to help with the diabetes. Cut back on the coffee, cut back on any acidic drink, soda, coffee, increase the water. You know what I mean? While taking the detox. So increase the fruits, vegetables, veggies, smoothies. It'll help hydrate the pancreas in return. Hydrating the pancreas will help produce the insulin. The insulin ducts are dehydrated. Once the pancreas gets dehydrated, it can't produce no insulin. Full body detox to help with that. So, you know what I mean? Quick fast, just to let you know. But yeah. So God is an angel. God is an angel. Here's another proof. Look. Precept, Exodus 31:18. And he gave unto Moses, when he had made an end of communion with him upon Mount Sinai, 2 tables of testimony, tables of stone written with the finger of God. So the only person who was with Moses in Mount Sinai was God. So Exodus 31:18 proves it was God, and Acts 7:38 proves that it was an angel speaking to Moses in Mount Sinai. So God is an angel. What is the purpose of a God? What is the purpose of God, the angel? See that? We don't confuse the creator with God. At one point we did when we had this information to differentiate the difference. Now we have something to challenge Bible, to challenge God. And the Owaspi's mattress. Now look, Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 9 through 12. What is the purpose of God? Check it. Verse 9. And I will allude to you a chief who is wise and experienced in founding heavenly kingdoms. And he shall appoint from among you officers, messengers, Ashars, Asaphs, and Esanurs. And you shall be numbered and appointed to your labor in place, like my look at that, like in my other lower heavens on other worlds. So this ain't nothing new. You thinking this is something new? You thinking there's only one God on this planet? No. Jaja saying, yo, this system is the same on my other worlds, and those worlds are innumerous. So this ain't nothing new what's being set up here. Now look at this, verse 10. He who is chief shall be called what? He who is chief shall be called God of this heaven and the earth, which are now bestowed to his making. So a God is confined to the planet that he is ruling. But what did it say? He who is chief shall be called God of this, not of all heavens, but of this heaven. What is heaven? The atmosphere. God is the atmosphere. Let's bring that. Let's bring that illustration. This is what we're talking about here, right here. Right here, this picture. So now let's come back to the verse. So when the verse is saying, when the verse says right here, he who is chief shall be God of this heaven. This is what it's referring to, this heaven, right? You have the earth and the atmosphere. The atmosphere is the heavens. So God is the ruler of the atmosphere and the earth. He's the sole controller as he rules in office. See that? That's why it says this heaven and this earth. Not all these countless of stars, not all these heavens back here. No, you're confined to this heaven and this earth. He who is chief shall be called God of this heaven and the earth, which are now bestowed to his making. And God shall have a council and a throne within his heavenly city. And the place shall be called Horeb, because it is the first kingdom of God in this firmament. See that? There was a time when there was a first God here. See, they got numerous of gods here. Even in your Bible, it says that for there are many gods and many lords. But you don't understand that there's a systematic setup of gods and the procession of gods. You don't have that understanding. No different than the presidency. You have the first president, the second president, and so forth. It's the same thing with the council of God. So God do sit on the throne and rule with his council. But you think that this is the most high creator. Would you niggas worship Donald Trump? Donald Trump is the president of the United States. He is the presiding ruler over the country. Will you worship him at his feet? Of course not. So that's the same thing with God. God is a district ruler. He's just ruling the heavens and the earth for a period of time before somebody else take his place and sit there and rule. Would you kiss the feet of God now? See that? Understand the difference between God and the heavenly kingdom and the creator. You're supposed to acknowledge creator as far as worship. And the worship of the creator is the service done unto others in righteousness and good works. That's the service of the creator. It's simple. While educating and learning. Now look at this. Verse 12. And God shall rule on his throne. Nigga, God sitting on his throne. I use pictures to illustrate to convey the message. And God shall rule on his throne, for it is his. And his counsel shall rule with him. In my name, Jehovah, they shall have the dominion over angels and mortals belonging to the earth. Key word. God has dominions over the angels and mortals belonging to the earth. Right? So when we scroll back up to this picture here, matter of fact, we ain't even got to scroll up. When we get to this picture here, God sits on his throne in the highest atmospheric plane, right? Which would be the third heaven, the third atmospheric level. Let's put that as the exosphere. So God is up here in the exosphere, and he has dominion over the thermosphere, the mesosphere, the stratosphere, the troposphere, and the earth itself. He's responsible for all mortals and angels below him. And all mortals and angels below him, their duty is to get where he's at in the third heaven. Graduation. Keep in mind, we're dealing with school. What is the purpose of elementary school? To graduate to high school. So we're on the elementary level. God's duty is to create system and orders and educations for us on the earth plane to ascend spiritually, to progress through these other atmospheric planes to get where he at. We got to get the true God. When we get the true God, he gonna say, okay, you niggas finally made it. You know what I mean? You finally made it. So the system is set up so you can rise to the highest atmospheric realms before preparation to ascension into the etherian realms. It's a system set up. So the council of God and the kingdom of God is no different than a principal at school. The principal at school is the presider over the school. It's on the principal watch to make sure all the kids have passing grades to graduate. The purpose of the school is to see who could produce more graduates out of that school. The more graduates produced out of that school, the better the school looks, the better media coverage that school. Or we have this school over here in this such and such county that are having a average rate of 85% graduates. See how that works? It's the same thing with God. It's the duty of God to create graduates. God is a principal. And within his school, it is his duty to make sure all the teachers are following the curriculum and all the students are passing grades so they can graduate the high school, which in return makes the principal look good. And the school looks good before who? Before the world. In this case, before the etherian, the higher raised angels. See how that works? You ain't gonna get this information from nobody else. Who gonna tell you this? What we teaching over here in Creator Gang? Well, peace to the righteous God. I see you, King. Malachi Maccabee in the building on the late night. You know what I mean? Yeah. So look, Book of Saddati, son of Jehovah, chapter 12, 29. Behold, this day I have given you a kingdom in atmosphere and made you God before all the kingdoms of heaven. See that? This place shall be your place and mine also. Here you shall what? Dispense wisdom and laws and appoint officers in my name, Jehovah, and by virtue of my power. Verse 30. And your kingdom shall be like two kingdoms, one here with the host of heaven and one on the earth. Over these, your lords, for you are what? The judgment seat and creator of order over the whole earth and in the heavens belonging to the earth. Coming back to this picture here. And the heavens belonging to the earth. We're talking about the atmosphere. We're talking about the troposphere, the mesosphere, the stratosphere, the thermosphere, and the exosphere. These are the heavens belonging to the earth. This is the earth's vortex. So the earth's vortex is basically the earth's heavens, these different stratospheres, right? So God is responsible for doing what? Creating what? Order. God is the creator of order. See that? So God is taking the inorganic world and creating it organically. You see what I'm saying? And he is to do what? God shall do what? Dispense wisdom and laws. Huh? Didn't God give laws to Moses? See that? So the Owaspi is showing you the setup of the heavenly kingdom. All you know in the Bible is that God came down and gave Moses laws. We're telling you where God came from and what's going on in the realm God came from for the laws to even be given to you. That's what we talk about right here, right now. Don't God sit on the throne? What did it say right here? The judgment seat. Y'all niggas talk about God going to judge you niggas in Revelation, right? And God was sitting on the judgment seat. It's showing you right here. It's laying out the foundation of how this thing works. This is the development of the system in order being created. Who are lords? Land gods. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 13. And God, let me fix that right quick. And God shall appoint chiefs under him who shall go down and dwell on the earth with mortals. And the labor of these chiefs shall be with mortals for what? Again, there you go. For be what? Their resurrection. And these chiefs shall be called what? Lords. For they are what? Gods of land, which is the lowest rank of my commission gods. So a Lord is a land god. This will be your tribal god. This is the equivalent of your Jehovah. Because Jehovah is a Lord. He's a Lord God. A Lord God is a land God. And if you read the Bible in the Old Testament, especially Judges chapter 20, God is showing you that he's a land God. He smote. Let's get it real quick. What did God do in Judges chapter 20? Watch this. I'm going to prove to you that your God is a land God. With Judges chapter 20, right? Watch this. Look at this. Look what the Lord had to do. Right here. Right here. Judges chapter 20, verse 35. Look. And the Lord smote Benjamin before Israel. And the children, no, right there. And the Lord smote. So he out there engaging in tribal warfare. Because in Judges 20, this is a war between the Benjamites and the house of Israel. They're warring back and forth. And God, the Lord, involves himself in the war, siding with the children of Israel to smite Benjamin. Because Benjamin was beating up the children of Israel. So the Lord himself had to come down or throw some lightning bolts and destroy some of the Benjamites. See that? So here's proof that the Lord is acting like a tribal god, a land god, dealing with earthly affairs, involving himself with earthly affairs to the point of smiting and killing his own creation. Book of Judgment, chapter 25, verse 1. God said, in the cities and country places, I have innumerable lords appointed to districts and to the mortals and angels within them. So here is confirming the fact that lords are district rulers. They rule over cities and countries. So your God in Judges 20 is over here ruling in that little district of Gibeah in the land of Israel, fighting and defending the house of Israel over Benjamin, favoring the house of Israel over the Benjamites. Verse 2, and my lords know the rates and grades of their people, their occupation, aspiration, labor, behavior, private and public. So this is what the lords know, right? And these are the lowest ranks of my commissioned gods. And look what they know. So look what it states here. This is key. And my lords know the rates and grades of their people. They know the rate. So when in Judges, when the Lord smote Benjamin, or when Israel coming back up here, for example, right here, and it stated, and then all the children of Israel, this is Judges 20:26, and then all the children of Israel and all the people went up and came unto the house of God and weep and sat before the Lord and fasted that day until evening, offering burnt offerings and peace offerings before the Lord, right? So now they're doing all that this is after they lost. This is after the Lord told them to go do battle against the Benjamites and they lost. So the Lord's word is not even being upheld as valuable as for the children of Israel as far as feeling victorious. Because every time the Lord told them to go out to battle, they lost. So coming back to right here, and the reason they lost, and the Lord knew that they was going to come back, is because right here in the OSP it says, my lords know the rates and grades of their people. So the Lord know these niggas. The Lord know that, oh, these niggas going to come back. I got these niggas hook, line, and sinker. So the Lord is running laps around the children of Israel, playing games. He's playing games with the children of Israel. Look what it stated. And the children of Israel inquired of the Lord. Huh? Like, what are we going to do now? And he says, shall I yet again go up to battle against the children of Benjamin, my brother, or shall I cease? The Lord said, go up, for tomorrow I will deliver them into thy own hands. Into thy hands. So instead of the Lord saying, I cease from battle, no more battle. I told y'all niggas, thou shalt not murder and kill. We go cease from that. The Lord said, no. Tomorrow I'm going to make sure y'all get the victory. And the reason the Lord is playing games with that is because what did the OSP say? And my lords know the rates and grades of their people, their occupation, aspiration, labor, behavior, private and public. So the Lord is playing games with Israel in this verse. In that whole chapter 20, the Lord is playing games with Israel. Cal P in the building, critic gang, man. Don't let me open up the lines, bro. I may have to open up the lines when you cats. So we cooking, man. Look at the guardian angels. You don't even know what a guardian angel is according to Bible. If somebody was to ask, well, what is a guardian angel according to Bible? They would have an explanation for it. Book of Discipline, chapter 2, verse 29, it states, thus my lords have angels under them who are authorized and ordained in my name and in the name of Jehovah to abide for times and seasons, with mortals as what? Guardians and inspirers to provide what? Dreams. Where do dreams come from, I wonder? They're telling you right here who's behind your dreams. Look what it says, with mortals as guardians and inspirers to provide dreams. Angels provide dreams. That's what it's saying. Guardian angels is the one behind your dreams. They behind that. See that? So when you have a dream, it's your guardian angels forewarning you or something, good or bad. What did the verse say? In the name of Jehovah to abide for times and seasons with mortals as guardians and inspirers to provide dreams, thoughts, and visions in the minds of mortals. That's cut and dry. And to otherwise labor in elevating them in what? Purity, love, and wisdom. Not in bloodshed. Not going to smite the Benjamites. Owaspi is telling letting you know that your guardian angel is there for you to encourage purity, love, and wisdom. It didn't say impurity, hate, and ignorance. The opposite of purity, love, and wisdom. It didn't say the opposite. But it said to provide dreams, thoughts, and visions in the minds of mortals. Now you know where these visions, these dreams, and these thoughts come from. And keep in mind, these are guardian angels. Now watch this. Watch this. Hold up. Let me get that. Oh, let me share my screen back. Hold a second. Now watch this, right? Now when we go to the book of Jehovah, look what it say here. Let's go to chapter 8. Watch this. Watch this verse right here. Look at this. Look at this. Now, before I read this, let me come back to the verse right here what Jehovah talks about. Now, this is the natural, what I'm reading is the system and order of the heavenly kingdom, period. Right? This is how the system and order are set up, period. Whether if you run your kingdom positive or whether if you run your kingdom negative, the system remains the same as far as how it's set up. I want you to understand that. So now look at this. Again, it states, thus, my lords have angels under them who are authorized and ordained in my name, Jehovah, and in the name of Jehovah to abide for times and seasons with mortals as what? Guardians, right? And inspirers to provide what? Dreams, thoughts, visions in the minds of mortals, right? Otherwise labor in elevating them in purity, love, and wisdom, right? So that's the duty of the guardian angels, right? But look at this. Now let's read this. This is in the book of Jehovah, chapter 8, verse 4. The angels under you shall become at times rebellious and defiant, disregarding your laws and decrees, and they shall desert your heavenly kingdoms, your heavenly places, and go down to the earth in millions and hundreds of millions, and they shall drive away. Now here's the key right here. Look, here's the key right here. And they shall drive away the Ashars, which are guardian angels, and then assume guardianship over mortals. See that? But they shall develop no righteousness under the sun. And they will what? Inspire mortals to war and destruction. Let's stop right there. They will inspire mortals to war and destruction. Now, when we come back to the original system and order, when Jaja said with mortals as guardian and inspirers to provide dreams, thought, and visions in the minds of mortals in order to what? Elevate them in what? Purity, love, and wisdom. So here you have guardian angels that'll inspire you to purity, love, and wisdom. But then you have guardian angels that will inspire you to war and destruction. So anywhere you see war and destruction going on the planet, from the highest of governments to the lowest of street wars through gang activity, you understand what guardian angels is being inspired to that person or that group of people. If we're pushing death and destruction, understand that our guardian angels are not of the Creator. Our righteous guardian angels has been compromised by false guardian angels. Your guardian angel can be driven away. Look what it states. Look what it states right here. And they shall drive away the guardian angels and then assume guardianship over mortals. See that? Now, if you want further explanations and details on how these guardian angels can be pushed away and false angels can assume that, you got to read the Book of Wars Against Jehovah. It explains how that happens. Right? But these false angels will inspire mortals to war and destruction. Right? You have Israelites fighting Israelites, war and destruction. You have Israel and Iran and Ukraine, all that going to war right now, showing you the inspiration of the unseen world. So if there's war on the physical plane in those regions, there is war in the heavenly plane in those regions. Wherever war is taking place on the earth, there is war in heaven in that region. As above, so below, as above. It's a simple math. Now look at this. Verse 30. Therefore, Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 30. Therefore, those of you who are appointed by my God and my Lord as guardians of a mortal shall be called Ashars, and they shall report to your respective Lord according to the section of the earth where you may be. And the guardian angel shall have many watches or work shifts. So here the Owaspi is laying down the foundation of the heavenly kingdom, starting from God himself, coming on down to the guardian angel who watch over mortals. So when you look at these ancestral worship, these African ancestral worship, so when you look at these people that are conjuring up ancestors, there are more likely the guardian angels that's going to reveal themselves. These angels that you conjure up in your African ancestry, rites and ceremonies, are guardian angels, because the guardian angels are the closest to mortals. The guardian angels will be the ones who will report the behavior, the character of mortals to the Lord. So the guardian angels will give the report to the Lord, in return the Lord will give the report to the Lord God, and in return the Lord God will give the report to God. That's how the information is trickled down. That's how the line of communication is carried out from the guardian angel. If they want to, like for example, if true God sitting on the throne in the highest heaven, so you got true God right here, you got true God chilling in the exosphere, and if true God to say, you know what, I want to find out what Cosmology doing on the earth, the way that would happen is that true God in the highest atmospheric level, true God will get in contact with the Lord God that is over America. And then the Lord God, so true God will be like, yo, Lord God, yo, get in contact with Cosmology for me. So the Lord God will go down to the Lord in Detroit, Michigan, and say, yo, Lord, I need Cosmology. I need to holler at him. The Lord will then go find the guardian angel watching over Cosmology, and the Lord will be like, yo, God got a message for Cosmology. He said, what's up? The guardian angel will then go to Cosmology, more likely when the nigga's sleeping, and Cosmology will have a dream. Yo, Casman, God said, what's up? He want me to let you know that he see what you're doing down there on the earth. That's the dream. Cosman wake up, hit up Creator Gang on the chat. Yo, Ceylon, yo, Mally, yo, I got a vision from God. That shit was so clear, bro. I seen everything. It was clear. He said, we doing good things, man. You know what I mean? And that's how the information gets trickled down. I'm just using that as an example of how the line of communication is carried out. See that? So everything we got laid out is system in order. Ain't nothing speculative over here. We ain't speculating on nothing. That's right. So now look, verse 31. And those of you who are appointed to receive the spirits of the dead into heaven shall be called asaphs, and you shall report to your respective lords and their kingdoms. Now look at that. So when you die, there are angels that are already set up and ready to receive the spirits of the dead. So if it's a car accident, a plane crash, or if it's warfare, regardless of how the process of death occurs, there are angels that are prepared to receive the spirits of the dead in any situation, in any circumstance. It's already set up. See that? Mm-hmm. Verse 32, and the guardian angels shall make a record of every mortal as to their grade of his wisdom and good works. And when a mortal dies, when a person dies, and his spirit is delivered to the asaphs, the angels receiving the spirits of the dead, a record shall be delivered with him. And the asaphs receiving shall deliver this spirit along with the record into that place in these heavens, which is what? Adapted to his grade, where he shall be put to work and to school according to the place of the resurrection in which I created. Look at that. Look how descriptive that is in that one verse, showing you how when a person dies, that their life record is carried with them, and it is observed and say, they need to be over here. They're not ready to be over here yet. They need to be over here because over here is more adapted to where he's at. And from there, we're going to put him to work, school, so he can begin the resurrection, so he can ascend out of that place and move into higher realms of education and learning. See how that works? This is school. This is the schooling system we're showing you right here. Mm-hmm. See that? Now look, you're going on to the succession of the gods and goddesses. See that? Your Bible don't even explain this. Look how detailed Owaspi explaining and clear how it's explaining the kingdom of God. While in the Bible, they don't even have an explanation of the kingdom of God. It's only until the time of Jesus Christ when he came and said, the kingdom of God is at hand. That was 2,000 years ago. Today, we're breaking down the kingdom of God. Right? Succession of the gods. Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 15. Look what it states. And God and his lords, which will be the council, which will be the cabinet, shall raise up officers, which are successors, to be their successors. These officers shall be appointed and crowned in my name by God and his lords. So here is showing you a succession. God don't sit on the throne forever. The same way a president don't sit on the throne forever. There are successions of the gods. Book of Divinity, chapter 1, verse 6. As Jehovah provided that no man could be king forever, but must give way to a successor, even so in the heavens, even so in his heavens, he also provided for his gods and lords to have successors at certain periods of time. See that? At least Owaspi is showing you the succession of the gods. And keep in mind, this is your most high according to the Bible. You don't know better. Now, this is graduation to the etherian worlds. You remember the question was asked, how do we get to the etherian worlds? So we laid down the heavenly kingdom. We laid down that God is there to produce laws, inspire you to rise. That's what the Lords and Lord gods and guardian angels are there for, to help you resurrect. So when you get to the highest, when you get to the exosphere, so now we at the exosphere, we up here where the satellite is. We about to graduate because the exosphere means to exit out. When you exit out to the exosphere, now you into the ether, the etheric realm. Or you're even in the stratas of the master vortex of the sun's vortex. You're within that realm. Now, verse 16, Book of Jehovah, chapter 7, verse 16. At the termination, meaning the ending, of the dominion of my God and his lords, they shall in these my bound heavens gather together in all those angels who have been what? Prepared in wisdom and strength for what? Resurrection to my etherian kingdoms. And these angels shall be called brides and bridegrooms to Jehovah, for they are mine and in my service. So here is preparation. It's graduation day. It's graduation day. This is when you graduate. This is when you graduate high school, which is Atmospheria, and now you're about to go into the universities, the cities within the universe, the etherian realm, the colleges. So you're graduating. This is graduation. Waspi is showing you how graduation takes place at the termination of the dominion of my gods, meaning at the ending of the year. It's the ending of the school year, right? You're preparing to graduate. Now look, verse 17. And in the time of my light, I will send down ships from Etheria to God and his lords, and brides and bridegrooms to my etherian gods and goddesses. See that? You remember earlier I stated that the purpose of man is to inherit the etherian worlds. So here you have gods and goddesses that's coming down to the etherian worlds. See, look, let me come back up. Let me slow it down. Look, I will send down ships from Etheria to God and his lords and the brides and bridegrooms. Now let's stop there. Let's go to Revelations. Let's go to Revelations. Because in Revelation, it says the kingdom of God is coming down as well. So let's get that. Revelations chapter 20. Is it chapter 20? Or 21? All right, here it is. Look. Starting with verse 2. Revelation chapter 21, verse 2, it states, and I, John, saw the holy city, New Jerusalem. Look what it states. Coming down from God out of heaven, prepared as a bride and adorned for her husband. Now here in Revelation chapter 21, verse 2, you have John describing the New Jerusalem coming down from God out of heaven, right? Prepared as a bride adorned to her bridegroom. Now when we come back to the Owaspi, it states, I will send down ships from Etheria to God and his lords and the brides and bridegrooms. Kind of similar to what Revelation is saying. But here's the difference. The ship is coming down to be stationed on the earth in Revelations, but in the Owaspi, we going back up. Look what it states. By my etherian gods and goddesses, these ships shall descend to these heavens to receive God, his lords, and the brides and bridegrooms, and look, carry them up to the exalted regions I have prepared for them. What are the exalted regions he have prepared for them? I read it earlier, the etherian world. Let's get it right here, real quick. Book of Jehovah 2, right here. What did Judge say? Death I made death so that he could rise in the firmament and inherit my etherian worlds. Look at that. Rise in the firmament and inherit my etherian worlds. Here is the process of rising in the firmament right here. And the Lord and brides and bridegrooms shall what? Carry them up to my exalted regions I have prepared for them. What are the exalted regions I have prepared for them? My etherian worlds. Rise in the firmament and inherit my etherian worlds. Carry them up to the exalted regions I have prepared for them. So here the Owaspi is showing you the system in order for how you and your family shall rise into these etherian realms, these glorious heavens prepared for us. The heavens in the lower realm are glorious, let alone the etherian worlds. Look what it states. Now, coming back, it says, carry them up to the exalted regions. Let me get that. Carry them up to the exalted regions. Now, when we go back to Revelation says God's coming down. New Jerusalem is coming down from God out of heaven, right? But in here, it states carry them up to the exalted regions. So we're being carried up. While here, you're coming down from God out of heaven. Now, I showed you here that they was coming down right here. Right here it says, look, I will send down ships from Etheria. Right there. I will send down ships from Etheria. What did Revelation say? Coming down from God out of heaven. Okay. We on the same plane right there. But where it differentiates at is right here. Carry them up to the exalted regions. In Revelations, they're not carried back up. They remain on the earth. Let's prove that. In the next verse of Revelation, it says it right here. Right here. Blessed are they that do his commandments, that they may have right to the tree of life and may what? Enter through the gates into the holy city. Now, this is when the kingdom is established on earth. So let me hold up. I don't like to put things in sequential order. So you have New Jerusalem coming down from God out of heaven. There it is, Revelations 21:2. And then after that, the establishment is already on earth. So if you righteous and follow the commandments, it says enter in through the gates into the city on earth. And then in verse 15, it says for without, meaning for outside of the kingdom, on earth are dogs, sorcerers, and whoremongers. So your kingdom is going to be established on earth surrounded with these dogs, whoremongers, and sorcerers. While in the Owaspi, what did it state? We're going to be carried up into the exalted regions. What are the exalted regions? We read that right here. Rise in the firmament and inherit my etherian kingdoms. Those are the exalted regions. And then we gave you a description of the exalted regions. The all highest places I created are the etherian worlds. Ain't no dogs, whoremongers, and sorcerers going to be lingering around the etherian worlds. What did Jaja say about the etherian worlds? What else he say? Look, I made them independent and above all other worlds in potency and majesty. Nigga, that's where we headed. While in Revelations, your kingdom is going to be established on earth, surrounded by dogs, sorcerers, whoremongers, murderers, adulterers, and whosoever loves to make a lie. That's what's going to be surrounding the kingdom of God. While according to the Owaspi, we're going to be up here carried to the exalted heavens among worlds that are above all other worlds in potency and majesty. What are we talking about here? Huh? What are we talking about? Look what it states. Nor did I create one etherian world like another in size, density, or component parts, but every one different from another, and with the glory matchless, each in its own way. In the book of in verse 17, in the book of Jehovah 7, verse 17, it says this is where we headed. Those places. It says we're going to be carry them up to the exalted regions I have prepared for them, which are those regions I just read. But in Bible, you're not going to be carried up. You're going to be what? New Jerusalem is coming down out of God, out of heaven. Only to be what? For without the kingdom are dogs, sorcerers, whoremongers, murderers, and adulterers, and whosoever loveth a lie. We already put the Strauss Concordance on whoremongers. What is a whoremonger? Look at this. A whoremonger is what? Look what it says. A whoremonger is a male prostitute. So you're going to have male prostitutes outside the kingdom of God, while we're going to be in the exalted regions of the kingdom, far away from goddamn male prostitutes, far away from whoremongers and murderers, far away, because we're not going to be on the earth. Coming back to the illustration. So this is where they're going to be at. Remember, their kingdom is coming down from heaven to earth. So they're going to be on the earth plane surrounded with whoremongers. We're going to be out here in the Ethereum behind these things and these stars, all these different stars. We're going to be visiting different stars, learning, educating, seeing the grandeur and beauty of the Etherian worlds, while niggas is going to be locked down on the earth plane surrounded by whoremongers. Who you rocking with? Who you rocking with? You rocking with the whoremongers or you rocking with the Etherians? Exactly. Stuck in the cube. And look at this. Verse 18. All those who ascend shall be called a harvest to me through my God and his lords. And the time of my harvest shall be according to each day time of light, which is 200 years, 400 years, 600 years, 500 years. And these shall be called what? My lesser cycles, because they are what? The times of the tables of prophecy, which I give to my servants. Nigga, that is us. We are the ones bringing out the timetables of prophecy. Those who read Owaspi, because that's where the times of tables of prophecy is given. This is the cornerstone the builders rejected, this information, because they blinded by the carnal mind. John Blah, new boy, white man, here 33rd degree Mason, but you missing out on this high level information. Yeah, y'all stay right where y'all at. Y'all stay right there and watch the world pass y'all. So look again, look, it's stated. Look, all those who shall ascend, all those who ascend. Now keep in mind, y'all niggas, New Jerusalem coming down from God out of heaven. You cannot ascend if your kingdom is going to be on the earth plane. There is no ascension there. You're going to be walking around in circles, in four corners. That's going to be walking around in four corners. Walking around screaming, holy, holy, holy all day. What you going to be doing in the kingdom? It says, blessed are they that do his commandments. So what is the commandments? Thou shalt not murder, thou shalt not kill. Well, this is afterlife. It should be no murdering and killing in the afterlife. You know, when you kill a man, that's it. That's on a terrestrial level. What they going to be doing in the kingdom? What they really going to be doing in the kingdom? Because this is Revelation 22. This is the ending of the book. Revelation 14 just let you know that those who do his commandments, so okay, now you in the kingdom. So now that you're in the kingdom, you enter the gates. See, right? So everybody, you followed the commandments while you was on earth. You did what you're supposed to do. And may enter the kingdom through the gates into the city. Now, when you enter the city, what you going to be doing? What you going to be doing? Now, this is when they going to pull up precepts in verse. Oh, see, we're going to have slaves in the kingdom. And nah, dog. Depending on what time you read that, if you're talking about the prophets, I could say, well, that prophecy is concerning the second kingdom and the treatment that's going to go on in the second kingdom. I can say that. I can challenge you on that. That's where the historicity comes in at. Here's an arc cycle of 3,000 years. Timetables of prophecy. Y'all ain't got this in Bible. Here's an arc cycle of 3,000 years. Here's a breakdown. The first 200 years are under etherian rules of every arc cycle. The first 200 years, which is 6 generations. 200 years is 6 generations. A generation is 33 years, right? So 400 years is 12 generations, which is considered one time. So God rules. Remember I was telling you about the succession of the gods. So according to the Owaspi, the time fluctuates, but here's a general understanding. God rules for 400 years. And then after the ending of that 400 years, another God rules. It's the succession, just like the president. You got the president ruling for 400 years. For 4 years. And then after his 4-year reign, another president rules. So this is the succession of the gods within 3,000 years. So you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You have 7 gods ruling within a time period of one arc cycle. You have 7 successions, 7 rulings of the gods. And that's one arc cycle. We're in the 25th arc cycle. Now just do the math of how many gods been ruling the heavenly kingdoms from the creation of man to now. Hundreds. Succession of the gods right here. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 successions of the gods. So that's the equivalent of saying 7 presidents ruling within a time span of 3,000 years. Look what it states. Verse 19, but at no other time, nor in any other way, shall my harvest ascend to my emancipated worlds in Etheria. For each and every Danai, which is 3,000 years, I have created 7 Dans, which I just showed you. And to each and every Dan, given 6 generations of morals. So that breakdown is basically this chart right here. So the Owaspi gives you illustrations to play with. It makes you pull out pen and paper, pen and pencil and paper, and design illustrations because it's giving you numbers to play with. What do we have to do now in order to attain eternal salvation? Now look at this. Matthew 22:36, it says, Master, which is the great commandment in the law? Matthew 22:37. Yeshua said unto him, Thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. That was his answer as far as the greatest commandments. Precept, correlation, precept correction. Owaski Bible Book of Jehovah 44, 1 through 8. Doctrine of Joshua and his death. Verse 44, verse 1. God said, these were my doctrines as I taught through Yeshua. Verse 18. Do not call on the name of any God or Lord in worship, but worship Jehovah only. So that clashes with Matthew's 37, Matthew's 22:37, where Jesus said unto him, thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thy heart and with all thy soul and with all thy mind. While here it states, do not call on the name of any God, Lord, in worship, but worship Jehovah only. Matthew's 22:38. This is the first and great commandment. Verse 39. And the second is like unto it. Thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Verse 40. On these two commandments hang all the law and the prophets. Now, here's how you're really graded. The book of Judgment, chapter 12, verse 3 through 6. 3 and 6. These are the grades of the resurrection of the souls of men. So here's how you're graded. Verse 6, I people the heavens of the earth with the spirits of the dead according to their grade in their corporeal lives, so do I arrange them. So according to your grade, it's like school. You may have a grade of 70, barely passing. You may have a grade of 75. You may have a grade of 80, 85, 90, 95. Or you may have a grade of 100, right? Every day of your life, you are graded on your deeds done, your service done unto others. Every day of your life. Today, you were graded. And you grade yourself. When you understand the system in order, you grade yourself. What did I do today that helped others? How much of my time did I give serving others? And how much of my time did I give serving myself? And that's how you're graded. Look what Jaja said, verse 17. I do not fill the air of the firmament with angels scattered about, but I give them regions habitable and home-like. And I grade the regions as to how suitable they are to the what? Resurrection of the spirits of the dead. So here, the Creator is letting you know, when you die, there are regions habitable and home-like. So your ancestors who have crossed on, great-great-grandma, great-grandpa, or anybody who has crossed over, there are regions habitable and home-like in the atmospheric and spirit realm. Now come back. He said regions habitable and home-like. This is what we're talking about here. Let me get the illustration. This is what we're dealing with. Right here, we're dealing with the heavens of the earth. We're dealing with the atmosphere. So within the atmosphere, within the troposphere, the stratosphere, the mesosphere, the thermosphere, there are regions habitable and home-like for the spirits of the dead, for the ancestors. Come on now. Look at that. Look what y'all just say. I do not fill the air of the firmament with angels scattered about, but I give them regions habitable and home-like. What are we talking about? Keep in mind, the New Jerusalem is coming down to be established on the earth plane. So y'all niggas ain't never going to the heavens. You niggas ain't never going to the heavens according to the biblical doctrine. You're going to remain on the earth plane forever. While Jaja is saying, as you cross over, your spirit is going to rise into these different atmospheric planes you see here. See that? These are different atmospheric planes, nigga. You may rise and end up in the mesosphere. You may rise and end up in the troposphere. You may rise and end up right on earth. Go nowhere. Because you're waiting on for the second coming. You're waiting for the Messiah to come. You're waiting for the kingdom of God to come down on the earth plane. So you're not thinking of ascension. You're going to be stuck where? On the elementary level. Remember, this is elementary school. Earth equals elementary schools. These are the elements. The atmosphere is high school. So you niggas is, your God is coming back to elementary. He's establishing his high-raised kingdom on an elementary level. Elementary level. That's crazy. So now, Book of Judgment, chapter 6, verse 9. To serve others is to do good to others, to help them, to teach them, to give them joy and comfort. This is the service of Jehovah. So when people ask us, how do we serve our Creator? By doing good unto others, by helping, by teaching, by giving joy and comfort. That's the service of Creator. Simple. But look at this. But there are some who are below the grades, who seek to do evil, who seek to make others unhappy, who delight in crime and pollution. These, if mortal, shall be called droogs, and if spirits, shall be called drooges. Now look at the behavior of those who are below the grades. They seek to do evil. Now when we come back to Bible, and we go back to Judges, right? When we go to Judges 20, what is the Lord doing? Look at what the Lord is doing himself right here. What it's doing, look. What that verse say? And the Lord smote Benjamin before Israel, and the children of Israel destroyed of the Benjamins that day 25,100 men. That's destruction and death. What did the Owaspi say? But there are some, even gods, who are below the grades, who seek to do evil. Right there. Right there. Who seek to do evil. Who seek to do evil? Do God seek to do evil? Let's get scripture. We're going to show God is below the grades. Look at this. God is below the grades. See that? Look. Look what it states. Samuel, chapter 1 Samuel, chapter 16, verse 14. But the Spirit of the Lord departed from Saul, and the evil spirit from the Lord troubled him. An evil spirit from the Lord. But there are some who are below the grades who seek to do evil. See that? Seeking to do evil. So the Lord sends out evil spirits. Look at that, verse 23. When the evil spirit from God was upon Saul. God is below the grades. God's book of Esther, verse 4 and 6. As God and heaven are of the resurrection, so are Satan and hell and the devil for the declension. See that? All men on the earth and all spirits of the dead belong to one or the other. Resurrection or declension. Which one y'all in? Which one y'all in? We for the resurrection. This is the resurrection. Look at that. The book of Judgment, chapter 3, verse 24. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done unto others. And this is serving Jehovah, the all-person, and not because of any worship or confession done before any of the idols on earth or in heaven. See that? That's a crushing blow right there. Nor have I provided resurrection in this world, except by good works done unto others. That is the service of Jehovah. Coming back to the verse over here, where it states in Judgment 6:9. Right? So the precept, you have Judgment chapter 6, verse 9, and the precept that you have Judgment chapter 3, verse 24. It says to serve others is to do good to others, to help them, to teach them, to give them joy and comfort. This is the service of Jehovah. And the precept on top of that, Book of Judgment 3:24, nor have I provided resurrection in this world or in my heavens above, except by good works done to others. And this is the service. This is serving Jehovah the All-Person. Now look what it states next after that. This is key. Look what it states next. And not because of any worship or confession done before any of the idols of the earth or heaven. So it don't matter if you can worship before your idols. You can fall on your face all you want, but if you ain't doing good works and helping, you ain't resurrecting. Look at this. Verse 26. But wherever good works have resulted in affiliation and in lifting the people up out of misery and crime, the same is adjudged as worship of the Great Spirit. Look at that. Look at that. Raising the people up out of crime. Your God is polluting and indulging in crime. Judges chapter 20. While we lifted them out of misery and crime. Consider then what you can do that will raise you in spirit, for this is resurrection. First, to purify yourselves. Second, to do all the good you can. And third, to affiliate. Without these, there can be no resurrection. See that? So OWASP is letting you know that these are general, practical things that one does every day, which is the service of the Creator. How you serve Creator. But if you're out here doing what? But there are some who are below the grades, who seek to do evil, who seek to make others unhappy, who delight in crime and pollution. If you're doing that every day, or if that's your mindset, you're in opposition to Creator. And it states in verse 7, and whoever serves accordingly, himself or others, shall stand in grade even as his work manifests. See that? You are judging daily. This is it. You are active judge. What are you doing? Serving others? What are you doing? Serving a God? You convincing people to run to your God? All that got to be considered. Look at this. To serve your God is to work for others, especially the sick and helpless, and not for yourself. Your prayers and confessions to me are only the waste of your breath. See that? If you ain't out here hands and feet putting in the work, your prayers don't mean nothing. And you could be putting hands and feet on the ground and could be serving a false God, and your prayers could be going to that false God. So it even gets deeper, depending on the service done unto others. You could do service done unto others and be a Christian, and all that goes to Christianity. You could do service good unto others and be a Muslim, and all that good goes to Islam. So although you're doing good unto others, it's under the false pretense of a false deity. Until you return to the Creator and do service done unto others to Creator, that's when it'll count. If you're doing good works under these false gods, the blame is going to be on those gods. They got to fix the issue. You got to take the matter up with your God. And this is where anarchy and hellfire becomes, because they're going to find out that their false God Allah is false. They're going to find out that their Christian God and Jesus is false. They're going to find out that their Yahweh is false. And it's going to create hostility within themselves, within their own heavenly kingdom, and people who are in opposition to what they believe. So it's going to be none but hostility upon them weak hearts. How are we graded for our eternal salvation? See that? So your grades. This is Book of Judgment 6, verse 1. Whether on earth or in heaven, the same rules apply to both. See that? He who serve himself one half and serve others shall stand grade 50. I think I got the chart. Let me see. Right here. Here with the chart. That's how you grade it. Labor and grade. Whoever has the highest grade is serving others, and you serve yourself 1%. It's like going out every day and you don't spend no time doing nothing for yourself but helping others. You got the highest grade. And your grade is based off of how much time you serve others on a percentage rate. So on a percentage rate, you got the lowest is 1, Then you got 25, 50, 75, 99. So you're graded within those rigids, in those grids. And your ascension is based off your grade. So if you're a selfish person, you ain't helped nobody while you was alive, you're going to be resting on the earth plane, grade 1. That's the lowest grade. That's the lowest atmospheric grade. So when you cross over and you're supposed to be entering high school, you're still going to be on an elementary level in spirit within high school. You know what I mean? And then you got grade 25, grade 50, grade 75. And as you notice, as the grades move up, it moves up the atmospheric planes. The same way you see here on this illustration where it's moving up. So the thermos, the troposphere, the stratosphere, the mesosphere, the thermosphere, all these are atmospheric layers that the spirits of the dead are ingrided in after death based off their grade. Depending on your grade is dependent on your ascension. You know what I mean? So that's just a quick understanding. Give me a 1 in the chat if y'all getting that understanding, family. You know what I mean? That's just our vibe out to know. It's a blood clot vibes. You know what I mean? Early morning vibes. Boy, 22 in the chat. Who wanna hop on, yo? Anybody wanna hop on? Chop it up. I can tell y'all niggas ain't got nothing going for us. 22 people in the chat. 355. Anybody wanna hop on for a quick second? Chop it up with your boy. You know how we do. It's a blood clot vibes. Let me play a vibe. Let me run some rhythm real quick fast. You know. Let me run this.
Lion of Judah rap. The penile gland holds the power. They plan to crucify me at the 9th hour. Charges against me, attempts to arrest me, apostate Jews, Pharisees and Sadducees. I spoke parables to the multitude at Galilee, paint pictures with parables that'll fill up a gallery. Zealous Jews, killers on a salary, jealous and confused, heart harking, burning like calories. Restore the blind, raise the dead from the coffin, bruh. But my command make angels sing like an orchestra. The scribes took notes saying I'm a sorcerer. Reports above my head, flying sorcerers. Ascending and descending lights from the etherian heights. 9th hour daytime turn to midnight. The ground started vibrating hard as the temples and synagogues are destroyed by God. The children of God can make God.
Yeah, nigga, that Lion of Judah rap on these niggas. Cosmology, what's goody?
Man, what up, dog? Love life balance,
Sam?
man. She lost Shilly. What it do?
Hey, man, I can't call it, man.
Man,
Just
I kind of dozed off for a second, and I woke up. You was cooking.
You know how we do.
Hey, man, I'm just saying, don't nothing beat this system in order. I've never seen anything like it. It's truly a blessing to just be here rocking with you boys, man. What's the word, man? Got Bezel. We got up in here.
I'm surprised y'all niggas up.
Bunch.
You
Brother
know,
John, we got the goat up in here.
Yeah, we got the family up in here. Some new faces I ain't seen. Yeah, man, I had fell asleep early and shit, so I woke up. And you know, after you wake up about like 30 minutes after you get up, nigga, you be wired, nigga. So I'm like, shit, man, I ain't got nothing else to do right now. Let me hop online. Let me just drop some knowledge. Cause I was looking at some of the lives some of the Israelites was doing. And, you know, I went back and watched that second round with the Zariak and that dude.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, damn, these niggas really locked in on this God concept. And they don't really understand that the God that they talking about is not even the Most High Creator, who they think. Right. So I was like, let me just get on and just drop some knowledge on the kingdom. You know what I mean?
and then they the next higher step, you dig what I'm talking about, they're not able to perceive is that they are God. You dig
Facts.
what I'm talking about? Not only that God and the creator are okay, I just don't, this is what I don't get. This is what, once I heard it, it made sense. That
Mm-hmm.
if there is a creator,
Mm-hmm.
right? If there is one that made everything, right?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And everything mean everything, that must include God too.
But see, that's still off because they concept of God they don't fully understand. They don't understand that God is just a title bestowed on an ancestor. So
They
with
don't
that being,
understand that once men die, they turn into angels.
because I remember one time you brought that up. You was like, somebody brought up which came first. It was a which came first question.
The
And you
angel
was
of
like,
the
nigga, in
man.
order for you to
Man.
become a god, you got to die to become one first. So,
Right.
what up,
That is
Bazell? Bazell just tapped in. What's up, Bazell?
Yo, what's going on, man? Just tapping in real quick with you. Peace
What's
to the
going on,
God.
bro? Peace
What's
to
good,
God.
Cal?
What it do? What it do?
Yeah, man. Yo, we
Yeah,
were just
I think that was in that debate with Israelite Williams. I brought it up. I was punching on that boy. I went back. I went back and watched that debate, man. I was punching on that boy because I was
was a good
asking him
debate, Joe.
questions
That was a good
that he
debate
couldn't
too.
answer. You know what I mean? If man is not an angel, when man dies, his spirit turns into an angel. Where is your grandmother?
But the
right.
crazy, the deep shit about that, outside of that, is the fact that a god is definitely a one-time man.
Yeah.
So now when you look at Sethantites and these boys that came, these niggas is already X amount of millions of years old prior to coming to Earth. And then when them niggas was earthbound spirits, it was ancestors millions of years prior to him. So it's like, yo, it's an endless system that can't even be numbered. But that process of becoming a god starts on a corporeal level. So which came first, the chicken or the egg type shit? You know what I mean?
I had to wrap my mind around the fact that in actuality, there is no beginning.
Case in point.
There is no end. And
case in point.
What they're trying to claim is the beginning of everything is only the creation of our solar system and our Earth.
Case in point. Case in point. So being that there is no beginning or end, all we have is those 4 seasons within this endless realm taking place. So while one world is coming into existence, another world is dissipating. So there's no pinpointing of a beginning.
Right.
Yeah.
And
That's wild.
And James Webb is backing
that shit is wild. What you say, King?
James Webb is backing that up too. You dig what I'm talking about? They done found galaxies older than the Big Bang. How?
Yeah, that shit, man, that Big Bang is so stupid.
You dig what I'm talking
so
about?
All you have is an endless vault of space. And when Jaja decides he want to create, he just create vortexian worlds within that space.
Yeah, he put a spin on it, put some motion on it.
Right. Facts.
And then that's like the beginning of all life.
Right.
When you put that etheric etheric fluid in motion.
Exactly. When you put that fluid in motion. Because see, people don't realize we're in water now. We're at the bottom of an ocean right now. The earth, the surface of the earth is the bottom of an atmospheric ocean.
Or you could think of our solar system as a water molecule in an ocean.
Exactly. Case in point.
Yeah.
Right.
Damn.
We in a solution.
Right. We're in a solution. This is how you can have vortexian energy. Right? A vortex is the spin on a fluid. What the fuck is fluid?
I like how you put that, Cal.
It ain't the air, so it's got to be the thing outside the air. That's
Exactly.
space.
Mm-hmm.
It makes sense why it's cold.
Exactly. Because
It
without
makes sense
motion,
why when you put stuff in it, like when they show us astronauts and they have something go wrong in space, what happened to them? They instantly freeze. The water go over here. The hydrogen go over here. The nitrogen go over there. You see what I'm saying? And a nigga just poof. And if you punched him, he would disintegrate in the dust. And that dust would eventually go unseen to where it would be transparent, like putting
it'll
salt
go right
in
back
water.
into exactly. It'll dissolve.
It'll dissolve. Not
That's
that it's not there, it'll
yeah,
just dissolve.
exactly.
Like a cloud, right?
Yes.
The cloud is water in solution. I was like,
Yep.
good man.
Even though you don't see it no more, it still could be there. It's still there.
Yeah, the winds
still
that
there.
produced it is still moving.
Yeah.
Right.
The material that produced it, the hydrogen and the oxygen atoms are still there.
Right.
Right? But they not water yet till they've been combined together and then
Exactly.
shook loose.
That's why gas is the first cause of creation prior to liquids and solids.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? That's that'll be like the
atmospheric level.
The fundamental for what we were talking about with Darryl when we were breaking down the fundamental particles. That'll be a fundamental particle in a sense of gas will be a fundamental particle in that sense. The elementary particles will be the liquids and the solids coming together. Right.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's the so-called primordial soup. Those are really our periodic table.
Right. Right. So that's the dope shit about OWASP, man. It shows you how worlds come into creation. So the God concept is we're gonna have to circle back around that, I see, because
yeah,
you know what I mean.
What happened?
I think it'll hit harder the second time around because it won't be so combative. Now they know.
Go ahead,
you
let me
know,
get my charger.
Yeah, them boys really do got a higher light. And once we and I don't want to give it away, but the way we're going to start disseminating the information, right?
Mm-hmm.
You're just going to have to deal with it.
Right.
You're just going to have to deal with it because it's out there, right? It's out there already. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
But once you show it, once you show the process, you can't say now I don't understand.
Right. Yeah.
You dig what I'm talking about?
Otherwise, you're just lying to yourself.
Right. If somebody show it to you, like, look, hey.
Yeah, it's subjective.
Yeah. Once it's objective, you can explain it, that a child can understand it. Once you break it down that simple, you at this point, you showing me whether you are in ascension or declension.
Right.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
And then a lot of people always be dying because I always catch JJ and Jabari with this because they be talking about drugs. And I tell them that, yeah, drugs are extinct as a race, but no. But when they ask me, so am I a drug? I say, yeah.
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 Drug, nigga.
You are a drug. You know what I'm talking about? So then I go and whip up the page that a drug is a person who doesn't want spiritual light, who can't understand it.
Right.
You know, a low, dangerous person. And I had to get out of my own way because I didn't, I look at Jabari, no offense in that, and all offense, you could take it however you want to, take it like a man or whatever. I think you sassy. You ain't no threat to me.
No, facts.
But you are low and dangerous because the ideology you push blindly dumbs the people down and puts them inbound to a lower, lesser spirit, right? And then in the end of the day, what we've been found out is just like on churches on Sunday, they not even there really praising the God. They praising the man who talking.
Yeah.
Hmm?
An idol like
This
that.
is why when he died, what happened to the church? It usually 9 times out of 10, the church fails.
Mm-hmm.
You had to have been in a church that had been around 60, 70, 80 years. You dig what I'm talking about, to get 2-3 preachers. You know what I mean? And then it gets shaky when one died. So, you know.
No, that go.
Yeah. We didn't learn the hard way. You know what I mean?
Unfortunately, yeah. But you know, we got the higher light now, so
yeah. It's about to be ugly. Especially the way we produce it. You dig what I'm talking about?
it's already ugly.
It's
It's about to get uglier.
mm-hmm.
It's already ugly.
Ain't over with. the hardening off, the death part. Winter is coming.
Yeah.
Yeah. God, you know, God's about with all the smizzle.
I'm already knowing.
All the smizzle, but they don't.
That's what I'm saying.
Mm-hmm.
Man, they already know what's good, Kyle. They already know what's good with the game.
They don't want that smoke. They don't want that smoke.
No. And so now it's not about smoke. Okay. Y'all done seen we didn't demonstrated the higher light. We done ran through everybody, or they just stayed their distance. Like,
right.
Okay, I don't know if I want to.
Everybody got ghost. Everybody turned into Casper.
Yeah, you did what I'm talking about. But it's okay. The thing is, like you said, Biz, we got the higher light.
The higher light.
It's just time to share it. And then the crazy part is, they didn't even hear us the first time.
It wasn't
they
even
just
trying
got
to.
beat up by it. So
they still ain't hearing niggas.
It's kind of hard to hear a nigga when you getting punched in your face. So now this time, you know, we can go back and then, you know, with all the experiences that we got, and then think about all the situations we didn't put these boys in where they didn't see some of the most ridiculous stuff.
Yeah, them slow backs, yo. Oh my goodness.
Niggas be wilding, bro.
They be,
you know what I mean? Like, so we know what angle to come at it with and how to explain it. You know what I mean? How to show it, how to explain it. And I'm learning this AI right now. Shout out to my
about to change the game, bro.
phone.
That's about to change the game right there.
I'm learning the AI.
Okay.
Working with, you know, different stuff. You dig what I'm saying? So this about to be a dope year coming up, man. This about to be a dope year. I think the end of this year and beginning of 2005 is gonna be crazy.
25, yes, sir.
Yeah, I think it's gonna be crazy. You know what I mean?
So like, that AI shit will be crazy, and he's gonna come up with some dope ass shit for that one.
Yeah, look at that galaxy, man.
That's what I'm saying. This is an example of the creator when he says, "I'm seen and I'm unseen." The spaces between the seen is the unseen.
See the dark stuff?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's ether.
Mm.
It's unseen.
And it's
we were just talking about that, how the unseen rules the seen.
Exactly.
Yep. See the space in between the galaxies? Those are the higher etherian heavens.
That's the etheric solution.
All the dark, all the space. Not the actual galaxy.
Right.
The rest of it.
Exactly.
And there's no
space. And that space in between. And that space in between is motionless.
Right, and there's no pinpoint.
There's no pinpoint, exactly. So you can't put a pinpoint on when this shit began. There is no Big Bang. All you have is galaxies coming into existence and going out into existence. That's it.
All you ever had was all that ever was, all that is,
and
all that shall ever be.
Right. And being what the all spoke and motion was, and that's what you see right here. When the all motion spoke, those galaxies, first the vortex, and then of course it's the process, but basically that's the voice of the creator, those galaxies.
Right. That when he said "and all motion" was his speech.
That's what he's talking about, right?
That's what he's talking about. This is why everything in the galaxy is in motion. Everything.
Yo, it's so amazing. Yo, it's fire.
Endless.
It just makes sense.
Crazy.
I just needed something that made more sense.
Right.
The Bible. Right.
Now dig this.
And clarity.
Now I'm looking at this, right? They always say that in creation, creator says all is just a part of him. Think about that. Everything is just a small part of him.
Yeah, all these are the component parts of the creator that you see.
Yeah, that you can see. This is just the female side. The stuff in between that you can't see, that's the male positive side, or the spiritual, etheric side. You hear me?
Right.
So now check it, right? When he says all was, is, and ever shall be, that's the space in between. There's no motion there. When he said motion is, and that's when all the galaxies started manifesting. So motionless exists within the space of galaxies.
Well, and the thing is, we can't prove that though. because guess what? It's always been some motion. Because guess what? It's always been some galaxies. It's always been some stars. And ain't never been no time that it wasn't.
But see, that's why I brought out the space in between, because you have motion, because motion is subjected to time. So the space in between galaxies is motionless unless it's subjected into another vortex.
And look, they always say we part of the body, right? Doesn't this look like blood vessels in a bloodstream?
Exactly.
What if this is the bloodstream of Jaja?
That's exactly what it is. Daryl said it's the neural network. It's the neural network.
Yeah, neural network. Just think about this. We coursing through the brain.
Yo, so what we see in here,
we coursing through the mind of the creator.
Exactly. So what we see
like
in here is it's like we traveling an etherian ship right now, headed to another destination.
But it's he using the whole solar system to travel in. Shit.
Yo.
That shit is crazy.
I mean, once you try to, you understand you start to understand what you're seeing. You start to wrap your mind around. Man, this is crazy.
See, there's no sense of direction, because it's like when flat earthers be like, when they try to make fun of the globe and they say, "Oh, nigga, you standing upside down." I'm like, yeah, nigga, exactly. Yeah. You are. You just don't know it.
Yeah. Yeah.
When you look up at the sun at high noon, you looking upside down at the sun.
Yeah.
Because if you were standing on the sun's surface looking back at yourself, you'll notice that you're looking upside down.
And
exactly.
And to get back to the earth, you reorientate yourself. Feet first.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? So was you
think about it? Look, if
the sun, on the planet?
If the sun is above you, and let's say you standing on if you're looking up at the sun, and let's say you fly like Superman straight to the sun, you're not going to reach the sun. You're not going to be descending on the sun on your feet. No, you're going to come to the sun hands first.
Head first, yep.
Which means that, nigga, you coming upside down.
Mm-hmm.
That's crazy, bro.
Because to get back, you got to go the other way.
So you're going to land on your hands, then you got to stand back upright and fly back to the earth, and you're going to land the exact same way you're coming back to the earth on your hands, nigga. You upside down.
So at which point was you upside down?
And at which point was you ever standing upside right?
Right.
Yeah.
See, the shit get deep. Perception is deception. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Because
Perception can be
you can
received
be
as
deceived
deception.
as you're perceiving, you can be deceived. Exactly.
Exactly.
You can see what you see and it be wrong.
Right.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's why I said there's no sense of direction. Because when you're looking at the roadways in the heavens were created.
Ain't no up, left, right, down.
That exactly.
Space.
That shit is that. In order to have that got to be created. Dimensions have to be created for you to even have a sense of direction.
Yeah, and remember, Forgopity and C2 was having a conversation of how to orient angels north and south in a galaxy.
You see, that shit is.
Remember, he said that he put the giant north magnet to
And those are for beginner niggas. That's for beginner niggas.
Was for the beginner niggas.
Those for beginner niggas, bro.
Hey, they said, watch me say, I forget what verse it is right off the top of my head, but it says, until you have created a corporeal world.
That's a leaker.
With an atmosphere. You dig what I'm talking about? Set it in motion. You ain't even half.
See, now with that understanding,
you're not even half the God.
Now with that understanding, that's some on next level shit. But with that understanding, that'll bring validity. If the Genesis account of creation was true, that'll bring validity to that account. Because in that account of Genesis, you have a deity creating a heaven and the earth. And they in the Waspy is telling you that, nigga, if you ain't created a heaven and the earth and firmness and starts to put in there, you ain't half complete. You ain't half fulfilled your destiny.
Yep, but
so that brings validity to Genesis.
Even though you can create an earth, even though you can tilt planets and all that, even the highest of the highest gods can't create life.
That's what I'm saying. That shit is deep. This shit gets super deep.
Yeah, they can't.
That's like a gym. That was like, yo, the angel, like, I'm gonna leave that little gym in there for them niggas to ponder upon. I ain't gonna give them too much on that because they got all this other information to tackle before they can start pondering upon that. But I'm gonna leave them with something to think about.
And think about it, bro.
Definitely something to think about
in this age, bro. We not even in kindergarten. What we mastering is begindergarten. This ain't even the fruit. This is not the fruit, y'all.
The begindergarten.
This is not the fruit yet. We ain't even eating the fruit. This is just the juice. You can't get a baby's no fruit. They choke on it. They ain't got no teeth.
Yeah,
they can't bite yet. They can't bite down on it spiritually. But you can give them the juice. And this is what Owaspy said, because we babes in this right now. So listen, if we babes in this, just getting this understanding, where our brothers and sisters at? They ain't even born yet.
And everything you don't learn here on earth, it's gonna take way longer when you cross over in spirit to learn.
Right.
Sheesh.
Watch this. I'm going to Apollo 10:11. Watch this. Apollo 10:11.
I gotta do a build on Apollo, man, because they be sleeping on my dog, man. They be sleeping on my dog. He a cold dude, man. Once you realize what he did.
Yeah, he gave us some goddamn. Look at this shit here, man.
Apollo is from Earth.
That's the crazy part. Yeah, facts.
Apollo from here.
He from Pan.
Yeah, he from here, bro.
He had the physique of a goddamn gone back then for niggas and shit.
Woo! Yeah, he was one of the early types. That was built right. Ahuan.
Look at this shit here, man.
Ahuan. I'm believing he was.
Yeah, it had to be.
Ahuans that caught on.
Had to be. I said, look, as the earth is opaque with the transparent vortex around it, so the vortex is invisible.
Mm-hmm.
So the opposite is the case regarding the structure of an etherian avadis, a devasa, being light and inhabitable within as well as without, like the etherian worlds in the firmament. As Jehovah makes worlds and sends them forth in places of his firmament. As we see here, that's what that verse is saying. Let me break it down from here now. As Jehovah make worlds and send them forth in the place of his firmament. It don't get no clearer than this shit right here. Huh? You don't get no clearer than that. And so in imitation of him, his etherian gods and goddesses make adavestas to transverse space from star to star, from one etherian region to another. Yeah. Great is the wisdom and power are Jehovah's etherian gods and goddesses, yet they too were once only men and women with corporeal bodies. What are we talking about? They letting you know right here that these high-raised etherian gods were flesh and bone like we are right now. Right now. And what they doing? They going from what? Etherian world to etherian world, from galaxy to galaxy. So these niggas is just imagine we in a ship right now looking at this shit out our window.
Yo, that'd be
and we go into
that'd be bugged out.
Hey, look.
Jaja sending off to a world to go do a mission on a corporeal world, and we in the advantage traveling right now.
Yeah, but then hold on. So high raised that as we're passing the galaxies, we can read the thoughts of the people in the solar system.
Oh man, come on,
that's
man.
deep, Cal. That's deep right there, Cal.
Yeah,
just as we're passing it, we can look and catch the vibe.
That's in Fraggy Patty somewhere, I think, man.
Is it for Godhood?
I think. But look at this shit too, though.
Jehovah I know it's Sipti Armage too. She did it too.
Yeah, look at Jehovah said, I have given power to spirits of the newly dead to clothe themselves from the atmosphere with corporeal semblance of flesh and blood. And to my exalted atmospheric angels, I have given power to clothe themselves from eth in forms of light. Yeah. But to my
that's why angels glow.
Exactly. But to my exalted etherian angels, I have given power to clothe their hosts with ships of fire and activates and adavestas. So good night.
Right.
The ships is these niggas themselves.
And look, this is what Ezekiel was seeing.
Right.
This is why they draw angels with wings. I know this for a fact. Ain't nobody up there with no wings unless you got born on some other planet somewhere and you an alien for real. If you human like us, you don't have wings and you never will.
They using mind to do that shit. They using mind. See, wings, when you see angel with wings, that's just a symbol of flight.
Right.
Because angels is known to move around what we would call levitation and shit.
Well, or
it's a
just
sign
like
of flight.
On Earth, as above, so below. If you flying on Earth, right, you need a machine to fly. Just like in the heavens, if you need to go around in the heavens, you need a adavasi.
Right.
Right? You need a ship. Well, to move around singularly, you would need, just like on Earth, you would need a jetpack. Same things in the heavens. This is what they seen. The wings are etheric. They're produced. They're tech. You did
right. We spoke about that last time, like how the niggas coming down on them kites and shit like that in the Book of Wars.
Not only
that's
that,
crazy, yo.
Remember, they also, when they breaking up hells, what they got in their hands: fire rods, water rods.
Yeah, they got material. They got technology.
Right? Beyond spiritual rate, rate allows you to use the technology. You see what I'm saying? The more you know, the more powerful you are. Flight is one of those understandings. Right? The movement of thought. You dig what I'm talking about? What they call flight, or the movement of thought. Because when you somewhere and you there, you can move in it. right? When you in one of these atmospheric levels, you can move in that level.
I got one for your ass right here. Fraggle Patty 23.
Yeah.
23
I got one for your ass.
Fraggle Patty 23.5, nigga. We about to play. Yeah, we want to see. This is what we do with over here. High level information. You know what I mean? We ain't playing
High
with
level.
no tribal god, tribal god. Niggas cutting
Killing
the
babies,
chopping
sacrificing
heads off.
blood.
Right.
What we got planned for Esau and all this crazy shit. You know what I mean?
No.
Well, look at this right here, son. Look at that Fraggle Patty. Let's get that Fraggle Patty 23.5. Look at that. Fragabati. You want to read that, Cos? Or you want to read it?
Hold on 1 second.
Or you blowing too? Yeah, let me take a inhale real quick.
Getting high knowledge while we getting high. You already
That's
know.
right. Yeah, they tripping. You know what I mean?
Pragapati said,
What'd he say?
Yahweh is all wise. He fashions some men like sun. And out of their souls, the light extends into far-off spheres. And Yahweh sends swift messengers from his exalted heavens to course these vast fields at certain times and seasons. And these messengers, passing through both light and darkness, with their great wisdom, scan the distant kingdoms where mortals and angels dwell.
Didn't you just bring that up?
Yeah, and look, and these is the messengers. What a God gonna do?
Exactly.
And then let this think in. If God is a rank and a position and a title that an angel earns, well, guess what? It's somebody higher than God that puts him in his seat. And guess what? It's somebody higher than them that puts them in their seat. And guess what? It's somebody higher than them who put them in their seat on and on and on forever. And that starts with your parents. Your parents is the first angels. You see who raised you up. You die. Then you get another set of angels to raise you up in the upper, and so on forever till you turn around. Then you be the angel. And you coming back raising up your great grandbabies. See how it worked?
Yeah, that's fire.
That's dope.
That's a good one you put out too, C-Ly.
Yo, check. I'm gonna go to 13.
Hold on, let me.
You ain't finished? Oh, damn, nigga. We got them be going in. Go ahead.
And these messengers passing through both light and darkness with their great wisdom, scan the distant kingdoms where mortals and angels dwell, and quickly catch or perceive from the guardian host and from the scenes around the brightest, best stars, and carry the record to the reigning gods above. And when these gods descend to the regions and places of these immortal gems, they go and visit them. Man, listen, I can't wait. I'm not scared of none of this. I don't fear death no more. As a matter of fact, I'll be in a better place.
Look at this. Look at 13, my nigga. There's more inspiration.
As you see the light gathering about this throne, do not think that I bring the light, nor that it is sent to me in person. There is a cord between me and my etherian kingdoms. Ooh-wee, didn't I tell y'all? Angelic tech.
Facts, exactly.
Angel tech.
Angel
there
tech,
is a
nigga.
cord.
Angel
technology. He ain't just say it was some, thing that didn't exist. That it's a cord. That means guess what? Guess what it's doing? If it's a cord, guess what it's doing? It's spiraling.
Exactly.
Can't have a cord if it doesn't spiral on itself.
It's a line of communication right there.
Huh? Like fiber optics. There is a cord. Ain't that a line of light?
Exactly. Even the sun ray is a line of light.
There we go.
When you see that shit coming through the window It's a line of light.
It's a line of light. It's straight.
Exactly.
There is a cord between me and my etherian kingdoms, and I am one end of it. The other end is the throne in Ethereum. Right? They don't know that that's the battery. That's where them Jaja thrones.
You see what I'm saying? Exactly.
That's where the source of the power comes.
Exactly.
Listen,
that's what's charging in the lower heavens.
Do you know how lucky we are?
Facts.
That a true God, once he's gone so far, he can't turn evil. Do you know how difficult it would be to deal with an etherian? Just one.
Mm-hmm.
Think about this. Think about all the destruction all the religious gods have put down. Christianity, Islam, Buddhism, Brahmanism, the Baalim gods, the Greek gods, the Roman gods, the Persian gods, all of these places, back to Egypt, back to Sumer, Harappa. Imagine, they have killed men since God was ever even praised, since the time of Anu Hassad. Before that.
Right.
You dig what I'm talking about? One etherian god would have more effect than all of them.
Mm-hmm.
If Cynthia Mage went rogue, if she could go rogue, nobody could stop it.
No, that'll be overkill.
She's too powerful.
That'll be overkill. Because you remember these niggas is dissipating worlds with the fucking pluck of a string. Remember that.
Stop your vortex.
Yeah.
Stop your vortex, bro.
They can manipulate vortex here, so it's like shit. They ain't even gotta put up a battle.
But my thing is this: you went to a school of creative and a school of ooze, or a school of condension and a school of disillusion. You did that in your first 372 years. You are now hundreds of thousands of years old.
Mm-hmm.
So not only can she blink your shit out, she'll blink your shit back in.
Knock you, you know how to
right.
get knocked out of consciousness
and
bring you back to consciousness
in an instant.
Bring your ass back into consciousness.
The whole planet. Poof. And bring you right back. She'll put it all. Think about it. You could do that if you just put a bubble around the atmosphere. Etherian could easily do it.
Yep.
Easily. There ain't, listen, Harmutzes, Emutzes, the Nirvanians, the OT. Listen, these people, they got angels that start the vortex.
Yeah, you know, in the Bible, you know, it's a verse in the Bible. It's a verse in the Bible where it talk about, I think it's in Joshua, when the niggas stopped, they was in battle, and the sun stood still for a whole day for them niggas to battle.
Yeah.
I forget what verse that is. I think that's in Joshua.
Who did that? You dig what I'm saying? Hey, listen, this is what I'm talking about. They don't understand. How did you do that? How did you do that? Did you listen? Instantly, you will have to instantly reverse the vortex of the earth and move it backwards without calling a splashback in the water. Right? You would have literally had to put a bubble around it and either stop the vortex or spin it back the other way so properly, so fast that they don't even feel it.
Yo, that's crazy, yo.
They would have been fighting the whole one day, and then all you would have did was stop the planet. The sun would have kept moving, but it would have looked like you was falling back in the day. You dig what I'm talking about?
Facts.
It would have, and then it started back up. You'd have just spun the vortex again, and it would have been a whole nother day again.
See, niggas can break down the science of the shit.
Man, this shit, that's it's great. I've sat and thought on this stuff though.
For a nigga to freeze the vortex, my nigga,
like,
that's some next level shit.
I'm thinking in my mind, like, bro, how do you dig what I'm saying? And then if it don't make sense, it's not Jaja.
Exactly. It gotta make sense.
It didn't even happen. It didn't even happen.
Sense.
If it don't make sense, it didn't happen. But if you can think of it, I guarantee it happened. Why? Because he's the creator. And if there is a possibility for a possibility, he got to create the possibility for it.
Right. And when you understand that system in order, you can start mechanically playing in your head the possibilities of how to create, how to stop, slow it down. Because the only reason it's 24 hours in a day, that's the spin of the vortex. If that shit speeds up or slows down, that switches the time of day.
If you can think it, Jaja already did it.
And then objectively working the mechanics. If it's 24 hours in a day, and if it's hypothetically, now it's 28 hours in a day, nigga, the vortex done sped up. Or if it's 20 hours in a day, oh shit, nigga, the vortex done slow down. Mm-hmm. We know that because of the spin. The spin determines the time.
And this is how you know places like planets like Saturn that still got their nebulous rings, they way younger than Earth. This is why their days are shorter. They got 10-hour days. Because that thing is spinning fast. It's fast.
Yes. Because the first aspect of, even when you spin a tabletop, everything starts off fast, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then the slowing down process begins. That's crazy.
So this is how you know Earth is older than Saturn.
Right.
Because Saturn still got its bib on. Like a baby wear a bib.
Not only
Those
that,
are the nebulous rings.
The sun is a goddamn baby.
Still a baby to compare the suns.
Yeah, the sun is an atomic creation. That's the first.
They say it's only 13 billion years old. That's a 13-year-old child.
Right. Bazell, you back on?
Yeah, I'm good now.
There you go. All right, cool. I heard the thing come back in. Hey, read that, Cosmon. Big enough to shorties.
It say, behold, we are near the place. Then Hoab asked, this is my dog, how did you discover a knot in such a wasted country? Ariun.
Pause. So he's asking the question, how did old girl discover a knot? Because he didn't pick up on the frequency.
Right.
On the energy. Now go ahead and read.
Ariune answered him and said, when the creator created woman,
I'll pull him out, boy.
Creator created woman. He gave to her two chief attributes: curiosity and solicitude for others. Damn.
Mm-hmm.
That's real.
They masters of curiosity.
And listen, this is the whole story and understanding of what they try to explain in the Greek literature as Pandora's box.
Mm-hmm.
What? Well, don't they always say it was curiosity that killed that cat?
Right.
I was just about to highlight that curiosity, boy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, but he said,
hold up. Oh, shit. Almost choked on some juice. But yeah, curiosity, because if your ass fucking around with shorty, their curiosity center is beyond belief. Yeah, nigga, I know you cheated. They on your ass with that shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And solicitude, that is unwarranted or unearned care for everything.
Right.
This is why, and truly, this is not because she gives birth. It's because of this. Her natural capacity to love and care for things.
Right. Case
Right.
in point.
This makes her the closest thing on earth to God. Or you see what I'm saying? That the statement that they like to say, the woman is the closest thing to God.
Well, I'll just say that's just her position.
Right. But
by giving birth,
they think it's because she can give birth to a child. She holds a triple black dog, man. It's all that. You dig what I'm saying? They think that's why she the closest thing to God. Right? No.
It's these attributes
her
right here.
Natural capacity to love.
And that's the service of Creator.
Solicitude.
Yep.
Right? You ever seen a little puppy around your girl?
Right. That
part. You ever seen a little beat up little cat? Don't bring no little beat up little cat or something home. A little puppy. Somebody then left out in the streets. Say, Mama, look what they done left in the streets. Oh my God, we gotta get them clothes. And you think what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Right.
That's what she does. That's a woman. Mm-hmm. Look at my woman different. I don't know. She the bomb to me. So
facts.
So using them two high attributes, she was able to discover a hell knot, which Hoab didn't pick up on as they was traveling over this particular area.
Why? Because she was tuned different. Exactly.
She was shown in tune.
Oh shit. And look, he said, when the Creator created woman, he gave her two chief attributes. I'm nosy as fuck, and I care too much.
Right, that part.
Right?
Yo, these are nothing but facts.
And I care too much.
Nothing but facts.
So passing here, surveying the place where the first heavenly kingdom was. See, they actually know where stuff was and where stuff gonna be too. Remember, I remembered it had been said that Eighth, right, left some island places where once a colony in heaven had been built. Dang, think about that. Think about that. They in
they in the 20th arc cycle.
This is the Ark of Osiris, right?
No, this is the Ark Fragatatis. This is the 20th arc cycle, and they're reflecting at a time period back to the 17th arc cycle with 8.
Right. They in the 22nd? They in the 22nd, reflecting back.
The 22nd,
to the 17th arc cycle.
Right.
So they reflecting back 15,000 years. He said, I remember from 15,000 years ago, Eighth left some island places where once a colony in heaven had been built. And I stopped to examine it from some stuff she remembered 15,000. So that also means she probably from here. And so at least she older than 15,000 years old. We see that already.
Yeah.
And I stopped to examine it. She say, a moan, a terrible sound greeted me. And I heard the Osivi knots, as I had often heard others before.
Look at that, boy.
So
she picked up on the hell knot, yo.
That's crazy. It's different types of hell, different types of knots. That's crazy.
Yeah.
Look at that, yo.
We
landed.
Yep.
So they landed in hell, yo.
Angel tech.
We landed and made fast, and presently went about searching, led by the sad, sad noise. Then we came to the great mound, the knot, 1 billion Juges bound in a heap.
Damn.
Billions?
Could you imagine a billion bodies on top of each other, like
Oh my
melded
goodness.
into each other, like they like decayed into each other,
Oh
You
man.
know,
but
if
they
they're probably
still alive.
Yeah.
But
What'd
they
you say?
still alive. So imagine that nigga that's smack dab in the middle, on the bottom.
Trying to climb up.
Facts, bro.
What is his spiritual body like? He is like goo. He under the weight of a billion bodies.
And
Imagine this, like a bowl of Jello. Every molecule in a bowl of Jello being alive and moving like a bowl of worms. It's screaming and moaning.
You know, Freddie Cool used to show that in some of his episodes and shit. The nigga opened up his
remember
stomach, he'll open up his chest, and you see the nigga like he got him in his.
That's a
dream
hell
state.
knot.
Mm-hmm.
That's a hell knot.
Yo, that's oh my.
Mm-hmm.
That's what they be calling hell. Hell is
real good
actually
example
just
right
the
there.
lowest part of the atmosphere. That ain't nothing.
Yeah.
You know, it's from the clouds on down. That's hell. Breathe it in. You dig what I'm talking about? That's hell. That's what it actually is. But the thing that they're describing as hell is actually called a knot.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the best way I could describe it, like a bowl of worms.
Nah, and that's what you do not want to be in.
Yeah, this is look, wailing, muffled, moaning as if the whole heap of them were in the throes of death but could not die. Good night. That's like you feel like you're suffocating and never come to the ending of the suffocation. You just stuck in that feeling and shit.
Yo.
But not only that, your body is like a goo. Imagine you being like literally your elbow is like stuck in your homeboy's chest and you can't move it. And y'all just sitting there. You dig what I'm talking about? Yeah, because it's a nigga on top of you, got you pressed into him. And a nigga on side of you. It's a
just bubbling around and shit.
Big as a mound.
Nah, I can see it clearly though. Like that's why it's so.
Being powerless myself to overcome such fearful odds, I took the bearing of the regions where I would find the nearest God, and so, having measured the knot, I set sail, as you have heard. Dang. Hoab said, every day I behold your wisdom, O Creator. In a new light, your wondrous judgment rises up before me. Who but you, O Father, who had seen the fruitage of curiosity made perfect in your daughters. From the little bud seen in mortal form to the overscanning of your heavens by such goddesses. Come
That's
on,
cold,
man.
bro.
And listen, I don't know about you, but my woman is OCD. Like, she does not like things out of their place. You
Man, that was a cold
so
ass
she'll
line
walk
right
by
there.
something
No,
and
it
just
definitely
switch it
was
around.
though.
Yo, the way Owas be word this shit, man, this shit cold blooded. But them just cuts, daggers.
Left and right, left and right.
Just discoursed.
Go ahead, King.
They arrived at a suitable landing place where they anchored their vessels and then hurried to the knot. Without much ado, Hoab walled the knot around with low fire, leaving a gateway to the east, where he placed 1,000 sentinels. 1 million of his army, his hosts, he stationed outside of and beyond the walls. And these were divided into groups of selectors, guards, physicians, nurses.
Look at that.
Bearers, right? That means people who bring things. And manufacturers of what?
Fire. We just spoke about it. Technology.
Manufacturers. Listen, y'all. They producing fire and water. Right? Why? Because the fire and the water is the ammunition. Remember, they got rods. The selectors were provided with what? I didn't even look it down there yet. The selectors were provided with rods of fire and water. And these guardsmen and the guardsmen with shields and blinds.
Look
so
at that. You. Look how these niggas is getting ready to prepare to go into hell now. It's like a riot breaks out in jail and the COs of them gearing up to go into the motherfucking fight to break it up.
That's crazy, bro.
This is how you break. Hey, I got the crazy part is I got this in the song. I got this in the song that I'm about to record with Bronze Yogi. That Creative Gang coming. I got my verse for that already.
Ooh, can't wait.
Oh yeah, I seen you put that in the chat.
Say how you break a hell knot. You gotta cut it into sections. That's in the verse.
That's dope. That's dope. That boy Cal be spitting too. You going crazy.
Yeah, I was spitting. I be on them with that OSP flow. I'm just wrap it out. I say Cosmology, etherian, a vortex flexing, perpetual resurrection if you had it in my direction. I say you right, I left it. I say I'll step, you fetch it. How you break a hell knot? You gotta cut it into sections.
Oh yeah, that's tough. That's tough.
I say,
yes, sir.
I say,
okay.
It's a then Hoab stationed another million between the knot and the gateway, and these were stationed in 4 rows. Each 2 rows facing one another and only 2 paces apart, so that in all there were 2 passages, each like a walled alleyway. And the other 3 million Hoab caused to surround the knot on every side. Each and every one of these was provided with a fire lamp. So now, not only do you got fire rods, you got fire lamps. Angel tech, y'all be thinking I'm crazy when I say it.
Yeah, this is what.
Until I show it. You dig what I'm talking about? Which they held. Listen, they holding it. Which they held in their right hand. So niggas walk up on you, it's like having a mace or like a shield. You dig what I'm talking about? You hold that lamp up and light just come out. Boom.
A fire lamp.
Juju can't run up on you. Juju can't run up on you. It's like C-Law said. When the guards coming in a riot, what that first dude got. He got a shield.
He got that shield up.
He got that shield up. Everybody behind him.
Yeah.
And he be
whacking your ass with that rod of fire.
They whacking your ass. They be whacking you with them little stuff. Some of them have billy clubs, but some of them have the cattle prods. So that would be a cattle prod would, in a sense, be a rod of fire. Ain't that a rod of fire? A cattle prod? Ain't electricity a fire? A spark?
Yeah, lightning strike and shit. Just imagine holding a lightning bolt and hitting it with that.
That's what a cattle prod is.
Yeah.
That's what a fire rod is.
Can you imagine to visually see that shit going down?
That's what I'm saying. Like I'm doing it right now in my head.
Listen, imagine a water rod is literally like a whip. A water rod is like a whip. You work it like, you dig what I'm talking about? That's how you work it. To make it move. You dig what I'm talking about? Some people you can't get with the light. You got to make a move with the low. Just like Creator said, some people don't learn till they get bit. Some people gotta get bit to learn. And guess what? You getting a lash across your ass with that water. Because first of all, it don't hurt you, it's cleaning you. See how Jaja work? It hurts you because it doesn't hurt you, it's cleaning you. So that's why you're screaming, ah!
Yo.
Why it makes you move.
Yeah, this next verse is crazy, son.
Look, he say,
yo,
and when all things were thus ready.
Where you at?
All right here. I'll go up just a little bit. All right. No, other way, down, my bad, down. Yeah. And when all things were thus ready, Joab commanded the attack to begin. And at once, the attackers, the angels, thrust their fire lamps in the face of the nearest Druge, and seizing them with the other hand, pulled them away. The Druges do not all relinquish their grip in the knot at the side of the lamp, but often require to be nearly burned.
Oh my goodness. Yo.
That's crazy.
Didn't I tell you? They require to be nearly burned and stifled with the light before they release their hold. Nor is this a grip of evil, but of fear. Ooh.
Wow, that's deep. Not evil, but fear. That's
fear.
Deep right there, yo. It makes sense. It makes sense though.
Yeah. That's crazy, yo.
You go up once.
That's spooky right there.
Hey, listen, I keep telling y'all, Fergopody and Joab is the greatest story never told.
Right.
There's nothing close. I don't care. Even the creation story ain't as good as Fergopody and Joab.
The Book of Fragapet is amazing. It's phenomenal. It's phenomenal.
It's a phenomenal read.
I still got to finish Fragapati.
Yeah.
The knot, this writhing body of meshed spirits screaming and moaning. Imagine a billion bodies saying that.
They go to the definition of a knot right there.
Is nothing more nor less than a mass of millions and millions of spirits becoming panic-stricken and falling upon their chief. So listen, Queen Elizabeth, huh? This is what she getting right now. Pol Pot, this is what he getting right now. King Leopold, this is what he getting right now. Hitler, this is what he getting right now. Why? Because his panic-stricken followers have fallen upon their chief or leader, who becomes what? Powerless in their grip, and is quickly rolled up in the midst of the night.
That's cold-blooded. He said quickly rolled up. Like, there you go.
Fear. That's like somebody
That's
drowning,
crazy.
right? That's like somebody drowning. What's the worst thing you could do? Jump in there and try to grab them. Because why? Out of fear, they're going to grab on to you. You ain't going to be able to swim.
They're going to sink your ass under. They're going to push your ass under.
Yeah, they're going to drown both
of y'all. Push your ass down under the water.
That's the same science of a hell knot.
And then your ass can continue to get pushed down and push down the person below him, push down the next to you. You fighting, trying to wrestle your way back up.
At the bottom.
Yo,
and you quickly become powerless in a grip and rolled up.
Hey, Luamung may pay another visit to this, bro. Luamung, because you know Edu Hassaj went to hell twice, so Luamung may. I don't think he learned his lesson.
I wouldn't be surprised.
Oh, Louis,
Yeah, because Louis, I don't know that nigga.
No, he didn't even get no whole bunch of years.
Right.
No.
That nigga did jail time. He didn't even do no federal time and shit. This nigga
that
county
nigga did
time.
county time. He did. They gave that nigga 2 county years. You know, he did a year fighting this case and did a year in the joint. He did a year in the day. He came out there about 3 years. That nigga ain't learned shit.
Yeah. Because I'm looking, Christianity is still growing in mass numbers. So I'm like, what is he doing to reverse his works? Because I'm like, nigga, you got to use the strongest tools you can right now because you're going to be here for a minute or you're going to end up in another hell knot. With all these people, all these people cross over and realize that it was a lie.
Man.
And they say he's going to be the most hated false god, right?
Exactly.
And it makes sense because he's still gaining numbers.
Yeah. He probably got more numbers more than ever.
And then the crazy part is, dig this. Even though we know Luamon has turned over a new leaf, right? The people who have assumed to be Christ, he responsible for them too.
That's exactly. That's what I'm saying.
He got to go get them. So he got to deal with them. So
and look. Not only that, he can't even take a warlike approach to it because you know that's how they was getting rid of niggas before with the warlike approach. So now he got to take another tactic outside of war to make these niggas turn around.
And imagine this. This is like having to humble yourself to one of your spot workers. Let's say you put a nigga on, you did what I'm talking about, and he come up and do some, y'all to where y'all don't really like each other. You dig what I'm talking about? Now you got to sit and listen to this dude like he on your level. Luamon, they not on Luamon level.
Right.
If he wanted to, he could smash them. You dig what I'm talking about? But he can't now. So now he got to sit there and be diplomatic with niggas he know he can smash.
And then not only that,
that's a stinger.
If they reject him, that's a dagger because now you got to basically wait for these niggas to go into their hell knots before they could be delivered. And you got to deliver them.
You got to get them.
Damn, man. And that could be real possible too.
Yeah, just imagine you go to a nigga like, yo, man, I started this Christ shit. This shit ain't for real. It's fake. I made it up. And a nigga like,
I don't give a fuck what you started with.
I don't care if you made up or not. We believe in Christ. Be like, nigga, I made the shit up. Nigga, I'm the architect. Nah, nigga, whatever.
We
nigga.
on this block now.
Right.
What happened back in the 80s? Nigga, you was the boss back in the 80s.
Yeah, they ain't trying to do that shit.
That's what I'm saying. That can be real possible.
Yep, this is what's happening. Right. You can't come back over here, OG, thinking you gonna run the block. No, it's some young boys out here now. We the new Christ. We call ourselves Baptists, nigga.
We call ourselves Hebrew Israelites.
Huh? We call ourselves Protestants.
Yup.
Mm-hmm. Quakers, AME.
Yeah, Louisville got all of them, bro. He got a lot of work to do. A lot of work. Him and Jabril got the most work to do.
Ooh.
That shit is ugly.
But look at this. Read this next verse right here, though. This is.
Actually, I think Jabril I have an easier time than
Luamon.
Because Jabril didn't give Allah an image, so a lot of Muslims don't visualize Allah as a deity.
Mm-hmm.
In comparison to the Christians, where there's a possible because I used to fuck with the Muslims heavy. You know what I mean? And them niggas, I know they don't even want you to have a picture of the Prophet. Right. So they don't want no picture of Allah.
Mm-hmm.
But if we was to be technical with the text, of course we're gonna pull out that Allah is a deity, of course. But as far as just the average Orthodox Muslim mind frame of how he see Allah, they don't see Allah like how Christians see God and Jesus, because Christians see first of all, some Christians see Jesus as God, and second off, Jesus is supposed to be sitting on the right hand of God. See, a Muslim will not accept that for Allah as having a partner next to him.
Yeah. Or even having body parts for you dig what I'm talking about in a sense. You dig what I'm talking about. They see their God as unseeable. You dig what I'm talking about. That's one thing
So,
that they got.
so with that being said, like you were saying, that's where Jabril would have more of an advantage when he basically make the change, because he could just say Allah is the ever-present creator and make him this. Now he's the scapegoat when he explains to his people and shit.
And Islam is more militaristic, so it's top down. When I say it's time to switch, it's time to switch.
Right.
We running under different orders, so I think he gonna have a easier time. You did.
And the only switch you really got to do is probably more likely the practices and the behavior. You know what I mean? Resisting warfare.
He could, because see, the thing is, imagine if Gabriel raised up another prophet. He could shut Islam down. You dig what I'm talking about? If he could do it. You dig what I'm saying?
Well, you know what? Let's check this out. Now we're thinking on some higher levels, because now the gods got to play on a higher level of chess. So both prophecies of Islam and Christianity is supposed to be a second coming of somebody. Now, like you say, they could use that second coming as an advantage to bring, like, Christ, worship creator, we're not worshiping Christ no more. And Islam, vice versa, you know what I'm saying? So that has to come with a message.
What if Sila, remember they said it was going to be 2 witnesses when Christ come back?
Yeah, it's in the Revelation.
What if the 2 witnesses are Buddha and Brahma to Christ?
You talking about the false Buddha and Brahma?
Yes.
Nigga, that should be hilarious, nigga.
That should be crazy. Buddha and Brahma
But see, don't nobody know who them two niggas is, because everybody try to place who them 2 niggas is, because in Revelations, them niggas putting us in work. I don't know what 2 niggas these is, but these niggas over here stopping, turn the river into blood. They doing some miraculous shit.
Yeah, that's and the crazy part is
and keep in mind that's in the Louis watch.
That's under Louis' watch. But now you dig what I'm talking about. They got Wochisa, who is the crazy part is he is the God of the Christians. He is the God of the Muslims also. Same God. Same God named Wochisa. He is also your Yahweh. He is also your Michael. He has also took the name Yeshua. Right? He's the God who came over here and birthed this new Islam in America with the NOI. Right?
Yeah, yo.
Yeah, this is what y'all don't understand. The God, just like Luamang, I mean not Luamang, but Baal and Ashtaroth were bringing warring cities together in their regions, having them destroy each other. Same thing Wochisa is doing right now. Right now. Right? And then you got this same Christian God under a racist ideology went on to inspire your boy Hitler. Where you think he got that shit from? That was Luamang, little homie.
Yeah, well, that's
Don't make me go get the Book of Radiance. Don't make me go get this. I mean, this Book of Osiris. And I tell you, boy, I show you, boy. Man, I go. Let me see if I can go grab this real quick. They be thinking Cosmology be talking.
Look at this shit right here. And when the deliverers thus began at the exterior of the knot, peeling off the crazed and moaning spirits, they hurled them backward, where they were caught by the seconds, who in turn hurled them into the alleyways, where they are again thrust forward till past the gate in the wall of fire. From the time, therefore, that the Druge receives the thrust of the fire lamp in his face, he is not allowed to linger, but is hurtled suddenly from one to another so quickly he cannot fasten to any person or thing. Good night. For if they were to fasten, even on the deliverer's first one, and then another would fasten, and so a second knot would result.
Oh my goodness.
Yo, this is cold-blooded. Because of which, to untie a knot of 1 billion crazed angels is not only a dangerous proceeding, but a feat of unusual grandeur to be undertaken by 5 million etherians. Look at that. So this ain't no easy task for these etherians. This is a challenge for these niggas.
Right.
And not only that, it's dangerous. So just imagine us being etherians. We done mastered this shit, and we come into a dangerous situation like this, bro. Where it's not an easy delivery. It's like, nigga, you're gonna get some scars and bruises in this fight.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's bugged out. Even with all the gear and the fire lamps and all that.
As etherians, nigga, you still taking some bruises and shit. That's crazy.
Yeah. Bronze put up which was interesting. Bronze put up a
you talking about Bronze Yoke?
Yeah, Bronze Yoke.
Well, he still up?
I don't know if he up, but
no, I thought you were talking about in the chat.
Yeah, no, he put something in the chat earlier about a guy who said he had a spiritual experience, and he was fighting a Druge, basically. He didn't know what it was called. He was calling it a demon. And he said it was like a fence. And he jumped over the fence and he started beating this Druge, right? And the people was like, look what you doing. You turning into one of them. And he looked at himself. And the thing he killed was dead, but it had infected him. You dig what I'm talking about? So yeah, you dig what I'm saying? He was like, don't become the thing you hate.
You're over there beating the Druger up and looking at that nigga. You done turned to the one that you turn around, yo, that's Fred Cougar now and shit.
That was a real eye opener though. Like an eye opener, like you turn it. Yeah, look what you're doing now.
Right.
Yeah, look what
that's like one of the deliverers delivering these Jews from hell. One of the Jews latch on to the nigga. He start beating up the Jews like Like, nigga, what you doing? You ain't supposed to be doing that, nigga. You supposed to be goddamn delivering these niggas, not beating them up. Yeah, turns into one of them niggas.
Yeah, exactly.
Now your ass get thrown back in these deliverers, go thrown back in the motherfucking rounds of fire and shit.
Yep, that's a good example.
That's funny.
1081. Let me pull this up real quick.
What book you in?
The Book of Radiance.
Yeah, let me know what page you find that, nigga, because I got the shit too.
I'm about to
provide against accident, Hoab appointed Thrava to take charge of the delivered after they were beyond the walls. For in such matter, Athrava had experience spanning thousands of years. So Athrava divided and arranged the Druges into groups, placing guardians with fire rods over them, and in some cases taking the group away and walling them around with the fire also. So do you have in your Bible talking about the hell and the wall of fire and the lake of fire? All that's in response to delivering the drudges. Because every time the drudges get delivered, they got to place a wall of fire around these niggas so they can't escape. So that's
that's crazy.
Yeah, that's like in comparison to being in the hellfire. Yeah, we in the lake of fire and shit. Yeah, you niggas is drudges. You niggas need purging.
Let me share my screen with you, Sila.
Me and my man's Brandon was just on the way coming home from work, and I was just talking to him about the wall of fire.
Yeah,
it's not like actually hell, like.
Yeah, I seen Brandon in the chat said that too. That's crazy.
Oh, word?
Yeah, he said that in the chat when y'all was driving home.
Oh, okay.
If you read the chat, you see it up there.
Okay. Yeah, he rock with the creator, bro. He created game. He rock with the creator.
Yes, sir. That's right.
Smart move. Smooth move, X-Lax.
What book is this right here?
Book of Radiance. It's the Book of Radiance. Osiris. My thing be tripping. My mouse be tripping. This is from Osiris. Nobody in the world has channeled Osir except the Faithists. This is from 1983, right? This is a channel from Osiris. The only writings we would ever have about him since his fall in 1553 BC. Through the dust and the sand and the rubble below, a voice whispers and beckons wherever I roam. Osiris, Osiris, where did you go? We worked for you. We slaved for you, poured out our hearts and souls to you. In our praise of you and all of you, we bent our backs and erected monuments of everlasting stone to you. We called to you, beckoning you through our tears and confusion, calling to you, Osiris, Osiris, our savior and life sustainer. We believed in you, awed by you, poured out our souls to you, prayed to you, slaved for you, and placed all our hopes with you for our life everlasting in flesh of perfection to rest at your feet. But what of your promises, Osiris is the great? My flesh is long wasted. My tomb is long plundered. This is Osiris speaking. My tomb is long plundered. My flesh is long wasted. Its walls have long moldered gravel and dust. It leaves my heart empty. My soul is still searching from Luxor to Giza, from ruin to ruin, wherever I roam. Osiris, Osiris, my love and my savior, I long for you, search for you, pray for you, bleed for you. Osiris, Osiris, where have you gone? Why? Because these people believed in this false god. They still lost. Where do you suppose a false god goes when his kingdom is broken and gone? Ooh, that's a great question. Where we see the great kingdom Osiris broken up?
But you notice, usually the proceeding is that once the false god's kingdom break up, they descend down to the earth. That's the lowest place. That's the last place they go, to the earth.
Yep.
Then they become wanderers. But go ahead though.
Where does he go? Ooh, excuse me. Where does he go when he is freed from the bonds of hell? Ooh, the anarchy of a kingdom collapsed upon itself and is again free to walk forth unimpeded by nothing more than humility and remorse. Does he not go back to the long labor? Hold on, let me go back. How you? I ain't tripping.
What, your mouth stuck?
Yeah, my mouth is tripping. Does he not go back to the long labor of raising his edifice of falsity and retracing his steps until the results of his misdeeds are forever eradicated and resolved? He say, does a false god not go back to the long labor of raising? Raising means wiping away, literally breaking down to nothing his edifice. Is there an edifice to Osiris? Yes. It's called the Great Pyramid. He says, does he not go back to that long labor or what it took to build that thing and not try to tear it down? Why? Because of its falsity, and retracing his steps until the results of his misdeeds are forever eradicated and resolved. It would help us greatly in our long and arduous labors, if you would remember us in your prayers and be supportive of our efforts in your thoughts, holding in your mind that we are no longer propagating the falseness, but are forever toiling to eradicate it. Do not forget us, but give us your support through the tangible and constructive medium of your thoughts. Watch this. This ain't done. This is a special session from 1984, a channeling.
Is this still Osiris?
This is from Osiris.
All right, go ahead.
Right? The peace and power of the ever-present resides with me, for I, Osiris, aka Chilemon, have a mission to fulfill and a debt to repay till the darkness of the ages past have been washed from the face of the earth. And my edifice of stone, what edifice of stone? The Great Pyramid of Giza in the deserts of Egypt is broken and gone. So that brother gonna have a lot of work to do. Make no mistake in judging my motives or be misled by my errors in the past. For regardless of the burdens I bear, I am now one with all light, an emissary of the ever-present, as are millions who work with me. Okay. Are the millions who work with me under direction of the High Council. I will speak with you this day to enlighten you to the great thrust of efforts we, meaning my host, along with countless other angelic hosts under the High Council, are making to prepare for changes that will soon be upon us in a few decades to come. Mind you, this is 1984. Right?
Osiris is inspiring us and shit.
Right. Dig this. There are great numbers of groups of angelic workers who work harmoniously with us in these efforts. Each group being bound together. Hold on, let me go back up. Each group being bound together by ideological background or common sufferings while in mortality. So people who commonly went through the same thing while they was on earth. My hosts who labor with me, for example, are those who had worshipped me or worked to perpetuate my false doctrines of the past.
Jabari,
Asarim Ka, Reggie, Smash Rockwell.
So he's confessing right now.
That's right.
He's confessing.
Yeah. Perpetuate my false doctrines of ages past. But now, through love and compassion, have covenant with me to help erase the impediments we had placed in the ways of the progress of all light. My host and I let me go up a little bit. This thing be tripping. My host and I work most closely at this time, right? In 1984. Listen, due to common interest and compatibility with several groups who have, so the Osirians work with several groups who have suffered at the hand of darkness, but whose strength of spirit now adds an awesome power to our armies of light. These include the host of the who?
The host.
Who? Didn't they say in America the remnants of the Algonquins would be bringing this light out?
The Algonquin nation.
It's only 4 people in the world bringing this information out. That's Selah Shalom. That's Daryl Cosma, Malachi Maccabee, and the Cloud Kicker.
The Four Horsemen.
Huh? The host of the Algonquin Nation. That's grandma. That's grandpa now. Huh? That's Big Chief Slapperho from the Slapperho tribe. You did what I'm talking about? It's them, the niggas of America, whose great contribution as guardian hosts or ashars today have strengthened.
Hold on, what did I say? I had moved away for a minute. They say what now? These include.
This is who he working with. He said these include the host of the Algonquins, the Negroes of America. Huh? Who, listen, is their contribution as what? Guardian hosts or ashars, guardian angels, have strengthened our foothold greatly amongst individual households. You see the remnants of that today with the Aboriginal movement. You think it's out of nowhere y'all niggas just start talking about y'all was Indians?
Right.
When your whole life they've been telling you was African.
Right.
So now we see who that dark inspiration was actually from. Right? Because like I said, it's only 4 people in the world. Mind you, this 1984. But it's only 4 people in the world dropping this information.
Mm-hmm.
That's 1984. Niggas
Right.
in 84 wasn't talking to Waspy.
Right? It's only 4 niggas in the world who bringing this light like this, standing on the creator, who today have a book of power.
Cooking.
Look who are our guardian angels today, the Algonquin nations. Yup.
Wow,
Grandma now. Yup. Great-great-grandpa now. Yup. The great Osceola. Yup.
Hey, man, some of them Inca rulers you were showing earlier.
Yeah. K-Pac, Manco K-Pac. Huh? He came back and hollered at you. Huh? He the one been watching over you. He the one been breathing on you. They have greatly strengthened our foothold greatly amongst individual households. The house of the Society of Friends, a small group, but strong in soul power. The host of the secret societies, a group greatly suppressed in ages past who kept truth and knowledge alive through trying times. You got to start looking at a lot of these things a little bit different, because how else will we have the knowledge if these people never kept it alive?
That's a big fact. Yeah.
A group greatly suppressed through past ages who kept truth and knowledge alive through trying times. The host of the so-called Holocaust. That's in the 1930s, 1940s. They helping Osiris. He said they are a recent addition to our armies of light, whose mortal suffering at the hands of the false gods. Listen, of the false god who? Triistis. Triistis inspired the god Triistis inspired Hitler to kill off the Jews during the Holocaust. So now we know who set this up. Triistis, right? Whose mortal sufferings at the hands of the false god Triistis is known to you in mortal histories of recent past. We are also assisted by the host of who?
Louis.
Huh? By the host of Luamong and what? Why? Because Luamong had power over these niggas too. They thought they was doing something in the name of God. Right?
Mm.
The host of the Revolutionary War, all the millions and millions of people that died during the war.
Mm-hmm.
Luamong then brought the Christians and them back to work with Osiris and the Algonquins and the Jews that got killed off and the host of the secret societies. I'm thinking they talking about like Mason groups.
Mm-hmm.
You dig what I'm talking about? That, you know, who could have easily got taken over or whatever. Now, through the host of the revolution, and they talking about the Revolutionary War, 1776, who work together due to the debt that the former owes to the latter, caused by his instigation in precipitating the painful struggle for independence. So why Luamong with these niggas? Because he affect the Revolutionary War niggas. He inspired them.
That's wild.
Right? Luamong also got something to do with the Holocaust. Why? Because the god Triistis is Luamong little homie.
Yo, Luamong is responsible for so much, yo.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. He also, let's not get it twisted. Luamong oppressed the Algonquins.
Mm-hmm.
Who you think was killing them? He said they gonna be mine or they won't exist.
Mm.
Sheesh.
You kept it right on that.
You dig what I'm talking about? Who worked together due to a debt the former owes to the latter, caused by his instigation in precipitating the painful struggle for independence. While there are other groups working with us, I will not mention more by name for reasons of security. But this is enough to demonstrate that we are here in great numbers and countless divisions. Hold on, let me go. We, the Osirian hosts, are with you because our labors have been the redemption of spirits yet in darkness and the redemption of that foundation which will bring Cosmology into full fruition. When I, Osiris, was again placed in charge of my people after order was restored, after that hell knot, I vowed I would engage. I vowed I would engage the full force of my will to redeem the lowest of the low until the doctrines of darkness and selfishness would be forever erased from the face of our planet, and kingdoms of tyranny, such as that which I had created, would never again a position of power over newborn souls again. Right?
Wow.
Our efforts in conjunction with other forces of redemption, as previously mentioned, were successful at first, and we had established a base of strength in favor of the I am, which was a degree unlike any since the flood. Our pleasure was short-lived because of the discordance created by several sub-gods who had been under Luamong and Kabbalactus, or Christ and Buddha, or Christ and Brahma, excuse me. Under Christ and or the Christians and Kabbalactus or the Brahmins,
Right.
the so-called Hindu. Right? They had, listen, these several sub gods under Luamong and Kabbalactus, they had escaped our detection and control because they had kept their dark intentions quiet within their souls. And not even, hold on. This thing is tripping. go up a little bit. They had escaped our detection and control because they had kept their dark intentions quiet within their souls, and not even the most perceptive were able to read the hypocrisy of their thoughts until it was too late. Listen, Triistis, right? Louis, little homie, listen, y'all. I want y'all to listen. This is in the 1900s. See if this makes sense to you. Triistis took a kingdom in Europe, which subsequently broke into smaller dissenting fractions in that region. Look, Yisgao took a kingdom which also fragmented into smaller factions in the Far East. And look, and Yeshua, and Yeshua, alias Wintai, right? Alias Michael, established himself in the Near East. This is your Allah God. Huh? This is your Brahma in the Far East. Your Brahma and Buddha. All right. And here go Yisgao in the Far East. Here go Yeshua in the Middle East. And here go Triistis in Europe. Let's see what they do. All right. His kingdom also fragmented into dissenting factions, which set the stage for conflicts that were to affect your earthly history for the past century and try the ingenuity of the High Council most severely. Those of you who understand the principles and unique qualities of the Cosmon era can appreciate the significance of the different nature of the false kingdoms that plague us and hamper our efforts at this time. Unlike eras past, in which a few vast and powerful usurpers of power plagued and the lower heavens, in this era, we have great numbers of very small factions which appear, proliferate, and subdivide, much like small brush fires that almost without warning, after the major blaze has been extinguished, right? That almost without warning after the major blaze. Well, oh, wait a minute. And subdivide much like small brush fires that flare almost without warning after the major blaze has been extinguished. Okay. These small kingdoms have been appearing in greater number and in greater numbers since the blaze of my kingdom and others like it were extinguished at the end of the last era. Only to be supplanted by the small brush fires of who? Bayad. Y'all know who Bayad is?
Yep, that's that boy.
That's that guy. That's that Mormon God.
That's that Mormon.
What about Sayawan? This is the guy who goes on to raise up Swedenborg. Huh? Gave you all them different little Christianities that came around in the 1800s. The little different versions come from Sayawan and others that followed in their wake, right? Now, the importance of this condition in the light of this new era is that they are easier to subdue when the etherian forces are brought into play, as they will be in very short time. Listen, our major object at this moment, as it has been for the past century, is to see that these numerous annoyances do not create too much mischief and impair the progress of our operations, and to attempt to clear and prevent the reformation of the numerous knots that have been appearing as a result of the forming and dissolution of the various and sundry both kingdoms. Some knots are of major proportions. Listen to this, y'all. Watch this. Some knots are of major proportions, beyond your wildest imaginings. And on a few, we have still only scratched the surface.
Wow.
These major knots, listen, these major knots are over parts of what? Central Europe, the Mid and Far East. Middle East and the Far East. These are some of the most war-torn areas in our last 100 years, ain't it?
Yep.
Middle East fighting right now, ain't it? Far East fighting right now, ain't it?
We were just speaking on that. The wars over there.
As yet, North Guatemala, North America, is free of all but minor knots. And those in South America, while there's a bunch of them, are quite small. By far, the largest and most vexatious of these numerous kingdoms was formed through the malevolent will of Triestis, who took dominion over an area extending several thousand miles square above Central Europe, but primarily focusing attention on the area now known as Germany. Listen, y'all, which had been the place of his birth over 1,700 years previous. He only been on the, listen.
Man, this nigga, recent nigga.
Listen, this nigga ain't even 2,000 years. He's not even 1,900 years old.
He causing havoc like that already?
Huh? He took control of the area now known as Germany, which had been the place of his birth over 1,700 years ago. So he was born during the time of the 200s, during the time of the Romans.
That's crazy, yo.
Right? His popular attraction, listen, this is Triestis. His popular attraction in Germany, right, was largely due to his ability to exploit the selfish interests of his followers and their hatred for those whose heritage was unfamiliar or did not conform to their religious preferences. Ain't that what we seen?
Exactly.
Hold on, watch this. We gonna keep cooking. Let God mind. Let's get this thing together.
Yep.
This thing going slow, y'all. My bad. Right, did not conform to their religious preferences. His ability, right, Triestis' ability to influence, listen, a highly mediumistic mortal. Who they talking about? Triestis in Germany influenced in the 1900s, influenced a highly suis or mediumistic mortal and manipulate the masses until his pawn was raised to a position of dictator is evident in your mortal history. Do we see this happen over Germany? This is your birth of Heimel Hitler. A medium. And then they got real history. You did what I'm talking about, dealing with the real society, and even in Mein Kampf of dealing with having downloads, or you did what I'm talking about, spiritual interactions, right? Yeeskow, right? This is another one. Yeeskow, whose dominion was over the Far East. Listen, formed an alliance with Triistus. So we should know who this is. Farthest east is where his kingdom is, and they had a union, a alliance with Germany. Who do we know that is? That's Japan. Huh?
Mm-hmm.
Didn't Japan and Germany, the so-called axis of evil, fight against the United States in World War II? Huh? Yeeskow, whose dominion was over the Far East, Asia, China, North Korea. You dig what I'm talking about? Formed an alliance with Triistus due to their common interest for conquest. And war soon ensued in the heavens and on earth. Triistus was eventually engulfed in the hell of his own making. Listen, Triistus, with the fall of Germany, was eventually engulfed in the hell of his own making shortly before the fall of Berlin on the mortal plane. While Yeeskow, being more resourceful and clever, escaped the chaos when his dominions fell and escaped to the land across the sea in East Asia, China, where he has continued today to be a miscordant influence throughout those countries to this day. This is why North Korea and China rock with each other. Starting to make sense now? Right? Once you know who inspiring them, you dig what I'm talking about, you can see why their interests align, right? And why they act like each other. Where it continued the discordant influence throughout those countries to this day, just as Michael, listen, continues to be in the Middle East. So now we know who warned in the name of Luamong in Christ, or Michael and Yeshua, right? And also in the name of Allah, Gabriel, and all them, Michael is your Christ and your Allah. Let that sink again. Let that sink in. He warned against himself.
Well,
He trying to bring to create his heavens by killing people. And if you die under this understanding, you dig what I'm talking about? You go to his heavens. So he's trying to build his heaven up.
He warned against himself.
He's going against himself. Islam versus Christianity. Ain't that what's going on in the Middle East? Or Judaism and versus Islam? He playing both sides against the middle.
That's bugged up.
Watch this. Watch this. I'm gonna show you this same nigga come over here and set up the NOI through the Moors and Noble Drew Ali and all these niggas. Up to Farrakhan today. This same guy, Michael. This is why they start as Islamic, but now they conform to both Islamic and Christianity. Right? Regarding the conditions just described, our purpose, or that the High Council at this time, is not to forcefully contain the activities of any of these false kingdoms, but to provide an example and viable alternative to those souls who are of high enough grade to distinguish the differences between their kingdoms and our free heavens. where growth and knowledge are offered instead of lies and tyranny. Ooh, we also occupy much time dissolving the endless, newly formed knots, as well as continuing the long complex. How much y'all want to bet it's a big ass knot over LA?
Nah.
Shit, we're rolling games to Chicago too.
Chicago. How much y'all want to big? It's a big ass knot over New York.
Oh yeah, I can bet
St.
you that.
Louis. How much you want to bet it's a big ass knot over Tennessee and over Memphis? Louisiana, Baton Rouge,
Maryland.
Being real, Kansas City. They're pop capping your butt down there too.
Shit, wherever niggas at, they got a knot somewhere.
They got a knot somewhere. You dig what I'm talking about?
Wherever niggas at, it's gonna be a knot somewhere.
You dig what I'm talking about? We also occupy much time dissolving the endless newly formed knots, as well as continuing the long, complex, and dangerous task of removing the layers of tangled souls over the major knots in Europe, Asia, and the Middle East. The task of curtailing the detrimental activities of Yiskal, Michael, and the numerous other sources of disbelief in the I Am will be the task of the etherians, who will begin the dismemberment of the lower heavens, along with setting the foundation of the new dispensation commencing in 153 after Cosmology. Anybody want to know what year that was?
Bring it out.
Remember, we're talking about the dismemberment of the lower heavens. 153 years after the Cosmon era is 2001.
Oh, wow. What happened in 2001?
Timbers.
Shiver me timbers.
Yeah, they smacked them. They smacked them buildings, didn't they?
And another thing is, before they could clean up the hells of earth, they got to clean up the hells in the lower heavens, because they got to make way and prepare for the spirits of the dead that's going to be coming into those realms. So
that's why we will begin the dismemberment.
Exactly. Yep.
Of the lower heavens, along with setting the foundation of the new dispensation.
So basically, hell on the earth plane is the last plane to get cleaned up.
And we watching it now. We watching the death throes of religion. This is why Yiskal. This is why Michael and them is fighting in the Middle East and in the Far East.
And you're going to find that the last draw for the fallen angels under these false gods is to come down to the earth in millions. So the last draw of the deliverance is that it's going to be a gathering of all the false hosts and the false gods hosts wandering on the earth plane. This is the last playing ground for them. They rise to the second heaven. When they fall apart there, they can play around in the second heaven. Then they'll descend down to the first heaven. And then at the end is on the earth plane. That's when you're going to see all type of abnormal activities going on because of the abundance of spirits roaming the earth.
When is that supposed to happen?
Shit, we going through that shit now, to be honest. The transition is now.
Yeah.
Look, dig this. Our efforts will be augmented as the next decade draws to a close, right? 1999. The next decade. Right? 1999. So by 2000, right? Well, remember, we are in 84. Right? You apply the odic rate, the ode and a half, you are in 2021. I mean 2020 or 2001. 16 and a half years from 1984. You do the math. But this one, right? dig this. Our efforts will be augmented as the next decade draws to a close by another brief dan of light. But this one will be of a particular significance in that it will provide our etherian visitors with a vehicle through which the new foundation can be laid that will never again be eradicated. It will provide an ever-increasing avenue of communication between the organic plateaus and those who are organic, between the organic plateaus and those who are organic in purpose on the mortal planet. The etherian presence will cause a resurgence of altruism and compassion, particularly amongst the youth. And will cause substantial changes to occur in cultural patterns and lifestyles. We've seen it this year. In 2024, we got a whole new type of rap going on. Because why? We're in the golden era, or the middle 11 years. We just began the middle 11 years, April 8th, 2024. Right on the Odic rate, right? What did we have August 8th to signify this time of Odic change? Huh? We had a lunar eclipse. Right? So the first year of this light dumping like this is from 2024 to 2025. Right? And we watch rap change. We got a new king, y'all. It's not Drake no more. It's Kendrick, who taught the West Coast. And then how you know that this is a thing of higher light? Through what he did the impossible. He brought Crips and Bloods together.
Yeah, that was dope.
To make the West Coast get some love on themselves. You dig what I'm talking about? So they can love on themselves and get the ball rolling, because you can't work with each other if y'all trying to kill each other. Right? So this is how you know what Kendrick doing and the new change in music. And basically what I'm telling y'all is the same change that you seen from 86 to 97, right? The golden era of hip hop, as we know it. We're going through another 11-year Odic rate. We're going through a second golden age. And everything is going to be different. It's going to change. The same change that you heard from don't push me, cause I'm close to the edge. That was 85. 86, you heard, how can I move the crowd? First of all, ain't no mistakes allowed. Here's the instructions. Put it together. It's simple, ain't it?
We're going back through it.
See what I'm saying? The way it was heard, all of it is changing again. We in that time again, right? Right on time, perfectly. Everything falls on time, right? Ain't no mistakes in this, right? The etherian presence will cause a resurgence of altruism and compassion, particularly amongst the youth. That started now, right? We seeing the gangs put the truces together, and look, and this is why we gotta talk to Spody Face. This is why we gotta talk to Nina Boy. This is why we gotta talk to SPI Spider. You dig what I'm talking about? This is why we gotta get in touch with the West Coast homies. They don't even know they are the vanguard. Huh? These are the people who gonna be our police
You see them niggas on go all the time on Cali, boy. Them niggas be fading up.
Imagine if you give them a purpose.
Mm-hmm.
Imagine if you give them literal power to protect their people. They're dying for nothing now. They dying for colors and bull BS.
That sounds crazy
if you give them the opportunity to protect the people and die doing something right. Right? Creator made warriors. He made Ahuans for a reason. To protect the faithists. He know this world is topsy-turvy, and you got to be able to overcome evil all on your own. Sometimes, I'm not saying that you should go out there and kill nobody, nor am I at the point where you can slap me and I'm gonna turn my cheek.
Mm-hmm.
I live in the Cosmology era. You bust me, I'm gonna bust at you back. I'm not wrong.
You got to face evil on your own account.
Right. I got to survive. I must live to win the game.
Mm-hmm.
And once you understand spiritual right, and you are okay with doing whatever you got to do in this life or afterlife after I clap this nigga. Because I'm not going to let you do nothing to Bezel babies. You're not going to do nothing to Selah babies. You're not going to do nothing to Mali babies. When I'm around,
right,
I got to be able to know and be able to know what's coming after that. I got to be able to shut that down. You did what I'm talking about, and remove the threat.
Mm-hmm. Cut that cancer out.
Sometimes you're able to just settle it. Whoop, whoop, whoop. But sometimes people need the bite of them fangs. They don't get it. They don't get it till you get bit. Oh, that's why you don't stick your finger in a snake's cage.
Right.
Oh, you get bit. That makes sense. Yeah. You come up in the crib trying to do something. Boy, I'm gonna do something to you.
Exactly.
That just is what it is. And guess what? I can do anything to you. As long as I don't kill you.
Mm-hmm. That part.
You better be cool. Because then I'm still I might just have to take you out and still come get you and save you out of a hell now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm still gonna be on a higher rank than you, even though I took your life.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Because you was trying to take Shorty life. Not gonna happen. I'm willing to deal with whatever consequence come with that. And if raising you up just comes with it, well, bring your nigga ass on.
Bring your bitch ass on, nigga.
Right? Listen, I understand what's about to happen.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I know it's better for this baby to go and live her whole life without the thought of whatever you was about to do to her than you being here. Or at least being here in the same manner that you are in now. Right. I ain't got no problem crippling you. I will cripple you.
Yeah, that'll probably be the best thing to do.
Whatever
cripple
got to be done,
wheelchair nigga instead of killing him.
For you to stop.
You kill a nigga, they got the free reign of spirit that got them inspired. Like, oh, you thought you got me, huh, nigga? Now I'm in spirit. I'm gonna get that motherfucker anyway now and shit.
Yeah, listen, you still got to follow me.
Like, hey, nigga be like, yeah, nigga, you gotta kill me. You gotta kill yourself to catch me now, nigga. I'm gonna go inspire that same little girl that I was fucking with before you killed me.
You know what
I mean?
This transformation.
That's some cold ass shit though, right there, man.
I'm telling you, and this is, and look, even in the Faith's declaration, we are against all war, all taking of any life. You dig what I'm talking about? But we are with protecting ourselves. My life is a gift, and if I don't at least try to protect it, at least run.
Hey, look. Hey, Cosmo, don't feel too bad, because shit, you remember in the books, in the later books of Owaspi, in the book of Esra, when it talked about, the book of S, when it talked about those who strove against Jehovah thousands of years ago, the persecutors of the faithists, now came back pure and pure. You know what I mean? With the light of the Creator. So these were treacherous niggas back in them times.
Right.
Niggas who had bodies, temples of skulls and shit like that. Now these niggas coming back redeemed and pure and washed from that shit. So
right. And you don't think they still thugs though?
That's what I'm saying. Ain't nothing changed.
Yeah, ain't nothing changed. Just what they doing. The attitude of how they doing it. You dig what I'm talking about?
Look at Osiris. Osiris was short, patient, and strung off ignorance. That nigga wasn't playing no games.
No, man. He wasn't playing no games. Osiris was not playing with nobody.
This nigga toppling niggas' kingdoms by just a hand gesture and shit.
Yeah, move out the way, punk. he said, I can't listen to this no longer. He brushed Spike Hood so cold. He brushed that nigga off so cold. He say, listen, y'all, this cultural transformation will evolve into the new dispensation, which will grow in strength through the generations that follow. But in this case, the doors of communication between the heights and the depths will be held open, never to be closed again.
Mm-hmm.
What? Huh? You were talking about tap in, talking about Suez. Nigga, you gonna be able to see grandma.
Hey, drop that link in the chat. Let me copy that shit.
This one right here?
No, the whole shit right there. Because I got it in a hardback book form, but I need that shit on the online version.
On the PDF,
I need that PDF version because that big ass book, nigga, shit.
Where I'm at?
Cyrus and all that shit, yeah.
Yeah, and then they don't got nothing on Osiris.
That's crazy. Yeah, yo. You know what I mean? Y'all getting this higher light right here.
Yes, sir.
Let me go back.
The spiritual revelations revealing things of the spirit world. Niggas over here arguing if Jesus is God still.
What?
Well, Luamon got them niggas on the elementary level for real.
Yeah, hold on. Here we go.
No,
What'd you say, Bezel?
I was just saying, like, when I be tapping in, like when I hop on YouTube and you be seeing the Hebrews, what they be talking about, their conversations and the topics, I just be like, oh man.
You know what? I seen one of my peoples on a belt line and shit. Gorilla Hebrew was out there. We got to hit the belt line up, Bezel. The Hebrews be out there. Sakari be out there on the belt line.
Nah, we gotta definitely go out there, bro. For real, man.
Yeah, they be over there on the belt line by Ponce de Leon in the city and shit.
Yeah, I was gonna tell you, we gotta definitely set that up.
And what we could do is just hit them niggas with some Q&As, just question them niggas and shit.
Yeah.
Give them niggas some hard questions.
Yeah, we're gonna have them in a hot seat. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
Put them niggas on the
go
hot
to camp
seat.
to camp.
Right, exactly.
That shit gonna be
Let me
fire.
see.
Yeah, get that shit on record too. Film that shit.
Yeah,
okay. It's a where I'm at. Okay. By this, we mean not the ability to communicate, as was the case in the first year of Cosmology, right? 1848, but quality and quantity of communication. For the channels of discourse between our realms and yours have been noticeably lacking for many decades. Wow. But individuals with the talent to see and hear spiritually have been born and are being born in greater numbers. And those talents will become more evident as earth plane spiritual activity increases during the next decade in conjunction with the events previously described.
right? Look particularly for the increase in psychic activity amongst those born in the vicinity of 100 AK or 1948. Or, listen, the very first Cosmon children. The very first fully born Cosmon children are birthed in between 1948 and 1981. If you born in that year, in that generation, from 48 to 81, you are fully first gen Cosmon.
Mm-hmm. And we all born in that.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe Bazell, I think.
I just say, yeah.
But shit, you still got more than us then, because you came after, so you more engulfed in Cosmo.
Yeah, I'm
Right.
still in the 80s though. I'm 89.
Yeah,
Right.
you right there on the cusp.
That's second. That you would be second gen, truly Cosmonian, truly a cult baby.
I fall right on the cusp. I fall on 80.
So basically, it'd be from 81 to 2014, or 80 to however you want to look at it, 47 or 80, well, 48 to 81.
My shit fall right in the 11s. My shit fall right on the top, 80.
Yup.
So I fall right in the goddamn alignment with the numbers and shit.
And Bezel would be from 81.
He 89.
2014. Right? And then you go another 11 years, you go 2025, right? But remember, you add in a one already. You add in that one. So actually, it would have been 1947 till 1948, 1980. Right? 1980. And from 1980 to 2013. Right? That's not adding the one.
Right.
You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
That's not adding the one. So that'd be 2013, just how it's supposed to be. Now you add the odic rate to that, right? What do you get? 2014, right where we supposed to. I mean 2024, right where we supposed to be. 11 years later after 2013.
Oh yeah, facts. So 2024. So 2024. That was it right there. That was the year.
And then guess what happened this year? The sun went into its solar flare phase every 11 years.
Oh yeah, yep.
Yep, the cycle.
Right? So around 1948, these is your boomers. You dig what I'm talking about? These is your boomer generation. They saying start looking after the end. Then you're gonna start seeing stronger and stronger. You dig what I'm talking about? Now we're in the 11th year of the 6th generation. You dig what I'm talking about? 6 generations, right? We're in that going up to finish the 6th. We're in that last 33 years.
All right, perfect. Watch this. I got the let me see. All right, I got a chart for that. Let me put it out real quick. Hold on. Let me share my screen.
Yeah.
Watch this. Watch this real quick. Give something ahead on. I remember I had drew up a chart for that joint. Let me see.
Yeah, Elijah. Be like the mystic warrior monks of Japan. Exactly.
Y'all
the
see
mystic
that?
warrior monks of Tibet. Mystic warrior monks of India. The mystic warrior monks of Africa and Europe called Druids.
Hey, look at the screen. So there you got the first generation of Cosmos.
You still got my thing up, Sila. You got to share your screen.
Oh.
Just press yours, and it'll click the screen in.
See that?
Yep.
All right. So that's the first from 1848. That's the first 33 right there. All right. Let me coincide with what Cosmo talking about. See, my birthday falls on that 33. No, that's 1880. I'm tripping. I thought that's in 1980. So there you got 8 cells. So there you got 1880 from 1848 to 1880. That's that first generation of Cosmon.
Mm-hmm.
Then it's the second generation from 1881 to 1914.
Okay.
War.
Yeah, exactly. So this is what we're repeating right here, the third generation of Cosmon. This is where we at with it right now. This is what we're repeating right here.
Yep. 1915, 1947. We repeat in
This is when
2015 to 2047.
That's when the Spanish flu came in and the world wars came in right here.
Yep. 2020,
Great,
2019.
Yeah, the Great Depression, all that. But I got it. I'm gonna show it. It's the fourth generation right here.
Yep. This is when they telling you to start looking. 1948.
This is what Cosmo was talking about earlier with the wars about Hitler and all them. This is the fourth generation that took place in.
Right. These are the babies being born after 1948. Now, I want y'all to notice this too. On Earth, before this time, before 1948, A blood types produced A blood types. B blood types produced B blood types. AB blood types produced AB blood types. But suddenly, AB blood types, like my grandmother is, right, who was born in 42. My grandmother was born in 42, right? Mm-hmm. She has a AB blood type. My mother has a O positive blood type. And my mother was born in 1958. Cosmon was born 20 years later in 1978. Guess what my blood type is? O negative. Huh? So AB, A and B and AB blood types after 1948 started producing O's out of nowhere.
Coming from the genome.
Just to change. It's the rise in the light. This is the 33 years.
And look at that.
Now, and the crazy part is, if you go 22 years from this date, it leads you right to 1969 on the Odic rate. Right? 1969. Anybody know what happened in 1969? Two major things happened that's still affecting the world today. Hip-hop was created and gang culture was created. 1969, all at the same time. So
and look where it's happening at. Exactly. It's happening right at the ending of the second generation, second Odic rate, like you said, and then starting off 1970, coming on down, birth in hip-hop.
Look, the 120th year, the 120th year stops a beast cycle. 120 years of the beginning of the very first of the from the Dan of Light. 120 years is called a beast cycle. We go through war during them times. After that beast cycle come in, something to galvanize man comes onto the scene. Brotherhood and how you run a brotherhood, knowledge in motion, or hip-hop. So gangs.
Yeah. The soul brother movement in the 70s took place. Look, that's totally different from the 60s. The 60s is totally different from the 70s when you look at it culturally wise. Niggas rocking the afros now. Prior to the 70s, niggas was more rocking the slick back, you know what I mean?
And in the 60s, you watch the change of the flower children. They came with the sign of Jehovah. Huh? They were practicing peace and they had the rainbow.
Now look at that. This is the next generation. I was born in 80. I'm right on the cusp. I was born in 80. So I'm right here. I was born at the last year of the 11. So 1 year old for me, I'm starting right at the top of the fifth generation.
Yep.
Right here. Right? So this is the 5th generation, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now,
Look where it end. Look
this is
where
where
it end, though.
let me come
Look
back.
where it end. Go back real quick, C-Lock.
2013.
I'm telling you, hip hop
2013.
is on the odic rate.
Mm-hmm. Yup, hip hop, 1980. And look at 9/11. Look at 9/11, 2001.
Yep.
Right there, about to close out this odic rate. So starting from this 3rd odic rate is a whole new world order coming into play right here. And then this is now you got to keep in mind the 5th generation is 66. Time of the Beast.
Yep.
Right? And then we got
Time
99.
Yep. Time of Man and the Beast.
Right. And then we got 99, where the false gods come as, parading. But this is where we at right now.
We
at 2024.
In 2024.
Yeah, we
Right
had 174. Yep.
Right on the 11.
Right on the 11. So we're about to hit the 2nd odic rate here. So we're about to go through some changes because every odic rate there's a change. Now let's go back and prove that. If you look at the 2000s, when you go back to the 90s, it's a different vibe. When you go back to the 80s, it's a different vibe. When you go back to the 70s, it's a different vibe. When you go back to see that. So every 11 year bring a different vibe. But now check this out. I got it with the times on there, with the times of the beast. Now look. Now this is the 6th generation, right? 66 to 99, time of the beast. But look what's going on. This is in comparison to 100 previous. Let me show you. This chart right here. So the 3rd generation of Cosmon, started from 1915, you've seen World War I, and it ended in 1918. And then from 1919, the Spanish flu came up. That coincided with what? The COVID.
Mm-hmm.
The COVID hit in 2020, 2021, around the same time. And then in the 1929 is when the Great Depression hit. From 1929 to 1933 is the time of the Great Depression. So when we skip back 100 years from now, the Great Depression should hit around 2028, 2029, 2030. And keep in mind, we're about to hit this odic rate right here. We're about to go into the year 2025. So within 2025 to 2035, best believe is going to be a Great Depression coming. The real financial collapse is coming.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the 3rd odic rate, you have World War II, which lasted from 1939 to 1945 with the atomic bomb, Nagasaki being detonated. That's going to take place within the last odic rate for our generation, the 6th generation. That's going to take place in 2038 to 2044. It'll be for World War III, of course, a bomb may detonate. But look what happens in 2048. UFO phenomenon, Roswell. 1947, what happened? It was Roswell, the Roswell crash. So 2047, 2046, 2048, what's supposed to happen? We're supposed to see the etherian ship. It's supposed to be a heavily phenomenal going taking place around that time.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing that I don't think is going to happen, I think the war may happen, right, in 2038, 2039. I think the war may happen, but that atomic bomb is not going to happen again. That's what they think is going to happen, and it's going to be something different. You're going to see.
That's what I'm saying. That may coincide with the UFOs coming in or the extraterrestrials stopping the bombs from going off. But if it do go off, that may because you remember this is the ending of Cosmon or the ending of the time of the beast. So that if they do let that shit rock out, that may reset Cosmon for that next 3,000 years. That may be that Aja in the hands of man with that technology, decimating each other and shit.
It could be.
That'd be messed up though. That would be like, damn, John, you let that shit really go down. But
I don't think he'll let it happen because they complain so much about it. You dig what I'm talking about? What the bombs actually did, not to the bodies of the human, what it did to the spirits of the human, right? It like decimated them. You dig what I'm talking about?
and that was just one bomb, bro.
Yeah, that was just one bomb.
And these
And
niggas
so
running around with hundreds of nuclear bombs. What the, you know what I mean? It's like, bro.
And dig this. Remember, in the 70s, in the 80s, in the 90s, different bomb or different things have been launched, you know, different bombs and types of things. And these little UFOs come out of nowhere, shoot the bomb out the sky. Zoop, zoop, zoop. It blow up. You dig what I'm talking about? So they've been shooting stuff down, shutting stuff down. There's a story that was told in the US where they were going into DEFCON 5 or DEFCON 4, and they was about to shoot off some missiles, and they shut the whole thing down. Everything shut down. Nothing was in their control.
Exactly. I remember that. I heard some of those cases. But we are 174 years in the Ark of Cosmology. We are 78,174 years from the creation of Asu. We're not even 80,000 years. But carbon dating can only go back to 50,000 years and less. Potassium dating, they only dating the rocks.
Yep, we 176 years to the Cosmology era. 2024. Hey, share the screen real quick. My screen. We'll finish up this Osiris stuff real quick because there's some stuff y'all want to know. You know what I mean? It give you. That was dope right there, C-La. I got to get that too.
Yeah, I said that's a chart. I'll send it to you.
Yeah, that was right there.
You know what I mean?
See, we put everything on the timeline so we can it's just visible to see. So it's like, all right, shit, ain't no confusion. There you go, right there.
Should be helping out for real.
Yeah, exactly.
Remember, where am I? Let me see. Remember that these forecasted events begin to occur. They will not immediately be evidenced on your plane in corporality, except through the eyes of those with suas and the ability to receive our communications. First events occur in the spirit realm, and in time, their effects filter down to the corporeal plane. For as above, so below, but not necessarily simultaneously. Ooh, 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 ooh. Hold on, let me go back down. Where was I at? But not necessarily simultaneously. It is from these events that your Cosmology, touched on elsewhere, shall arise. Wow. Y'all know what Cosmology is, right? March 31st. Right? March 31st is Cosmology. Same day, March 31st, 1848, that we went into Cosmos. Where am I? But at the exact time and its significance, I cannot reveal in writing, but only by word of mouth when the time is appropriate. We hope that this answers some of the questions you have been repeating to us, and where you may feel detail has been excusably lacking. We hope that you will excuse us due to necessity and limits in time, since optimum conditions for communication are at best fleeting. See, this is what they're talking about. The communication, the lines of communication will be open after 2020, 2046, 2047. You dig what I'm talking about? See, they had to catch times where they can communicate right through. You dig what I'm talking about? He say, so they asked the question, why do you commune with us in such personal manner? He say, I do not come personally but with hosts of thousands.
Mm.
And often do not come personally, but by proxy. I send somebody to tell y'all something.
Mm.
We are bound by our labors to take to task projects that require us to make excursions to the lower heavens. We
Mm.
come to these sessions because you have been one with us in our work, and because we wish to dispel erroneous thoughts about us. Thoughts are things, and when mortals send us thoughts that are supportive, it lightens our burden and eases our task. This is why prayers are important.
Mm.
Wow.
This is why a God wants you to pray for him. Why? Because thoughts are things. And when you pray for them, it lightens the burden and eases the task.
Yo, that's wild.
Mm-hmm.
Now you know why a false God must have you praised him. You see what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
We have at times been confused by the Cosmon calendar. Why? When does or did Cosmon begin?
Mm.
The commencement, right? And remember, even JBN was fooled by this. He
Mm-hmm.
thought that the true commencement was in 1848, but actually it was November 14th, 1849, when the proof of spirit of man actually happened in the theater in Hyattsville, New York, or Rochester, New York, with the Fox sisters.
Yeah, that's where I'm from. Rock City.
You
A
dig what I'm
word?
saying?
Yes, sir. Rochester, New York.
Yeah.
Damn, you from where the spiritual awakening taking place at, sure.
Yep.
I know. That's why I was saying that's bugged up when we
Yeah.
was talking about the Fox sisters.
And that's Cosmon Day, November 14th. It just passed
Mm.
yesterday.
Damn. Oh yeah, yeah. Yep, that's in Owaski too. I had read that.
Yep, it's Cosmon Day. The commencement for record keeping purposes may be considered to have begun in conjunction with primitive communications at Hydesville in Gautama. This is the Fox sisters. See, they thought, even JBN thought this was when this is when Cosmon starts in 1848, but the proof of the spirit, right, comes in 1849, a year later, right? Because this was just some knocking in a little bitty house. Only a couple people seen it, but thousands and thousands and thousands of people came to see the Fox sisters in Rochester, right? And then the crazy part, the same thing was going on halfway across the world in France at the same time. Kardec was doing the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Damn.
You dig what I'm talking about? Some individuals have complicated their interpretations unnecessarily and made the revelations in Owaspy more cryptic than they actually are.
Mm.
When the look, listen, this nigga talking about the O.
Mm.
Osiris, let that sink in, is bigging up the O.
Mm-hmm.
Saying y'all make the O harder than it actually is.
Hmm.
When does the calendar year end in the heavenly realms? Is it in conjunction with the winter or summer solstice? Right? They asking Osiris questions. The correct time is in conjunction with the what? Huh? Look, the passage in Owaspy was in error. We know that now. Huh? We know that now.
Mm-hmm.
They give in Owaspy the original, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
In the original, 1881, it was said winter. JBN changed that just to the summer solstice. Or editor, not JBN, but it's an editor who actually went on
to go to a different faithist group. He went to the what's the one over there in oh shoot, the ones in Arbolis, right? He went up there to Arbolis, but this was and he went after he helped edit Owaspy. He went over there with the Placentia Grass Eaters. Just one guy. He went over there with them. Can you tell us more about Michael and Yeast? Well, first of all, this was due to an error in transcription, which was corrected on subsequent editing while under control. So they fixed this in the 1891. Right? This is why the 1891 is different than that 1882. Right? It's got the different writing in there saying that when there was at the southern, winter equinox begins the beginning of the year or the ending of the year. Can you tell us more about Michael and Yeastgal? I want y'all to listen. This is what I wanted y'all to hear. This is what I really wanted y'all to hear. Winter, right? Or Michael, also called Yeshua, also known as the modern Allah, right? Or Michael, as he's preferred to be called, has been most ambitious to broaden the sphere of his influence on more than one portion of the planet. His efforts for aggrandizement in the Middle Eastern area have been a significant factor in the expansion of mortal conflicts in that area, primarily by using his influence to fuel mortal conflicts without partiality in favor of either side. We're seeing that with the Palestinians and the Jews today, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? In favor of either side, so that what? Maximum damage might be inflicted. This is what we're seeing in the Gaza Strip right now. This is what we're seeing in Syria right now. This is what we're seeing in Iran right now. This is what we're seeing in Yemen right now. You dig what I'm talking about? The chaos that results increases the ease with which he can control an area. Listen. And of course, increases the number of ignorant souls placed under his oppressive dominion. Right? His ability to contrive events in his favor has been an important factor in the precipitation of the Egyptian-Israeli conflicts until the imbalance of power became too great. And losing interest caused him to turn his attention towards more lucrative spoils. Listen, y'all.
Prophecy.
Listen, this happened.
Prophecy.
Watch this. His efforts to instill the maximum mortal damage has been much more effective in what? Lebanon, Iran, and what? Come on, y'all. Didn't we just get out the Iraqi war?
Yep.
Didn't they lay waste to Lebanon? Didn't they fry Iran first, and now they back in it, bombing it again? Right now. Huh?
That's wild, yo.
His taste for anarchy, however, has also taken a toll on the unity of his own kingdoms, resulting in many of his more charismatic followers abandoning his aid and starting their own kingdoms in close proximity to his. which has
Mhm.
further aided the proliferation of conflict in those regions of the planet. You see what I'm saying?
Mm.
Michael, listen, Michael had been perceptive enough to see that his own security could become precarious as he planned to risk all on his bid for control of the Middle East Holy Land. Consequently, as a ploy to provide a secure haven should those plans fail and force him to make a hasty retreat, he endeavored to establish a small community in the relative stability of North America. Now, I'm trying to ask y'all, which Islamic group coming from the Middle East pops up on the scene in the 1930s and 1940s and 1950s? It's a question. Which Islamic group popped up out of nowhere in the 1930s, 40s, and 50s? Anybody?
What was it?
The Nation of Islam. Consequently, as a ploy to provide a secure haven, should those plans fail in the Middle East and force him to make a hasty retreat, Michael endeavored to establish a small community in relative stability in North America. Where? What Islamic group, with something being practiced like the Middle East, popped up on the scene in the 1930s and 1940s? It's only Islam.
Mm.
Having seen where he get the idea, he had seen the success of Payah of the Mormons and the Latter-day Saints. He has seen the Payah, the Mormons, and Sayawan, who comes as the Latter-day Saints, who comes as Swedenborganism, who comes as Universalism. They come as a New Wave Christianity, all that shit.
Mm.
Baptist. You dig what I'm talking about? Wasn't none of that to the to the late 1800s. You dig what I'm talking about? He's seen the Mormon God and the Swedenborg God have success. And he determined to provide his own revelation. Right? Now, does not Islam, the Nation of Islam, have a total different revelation for their end time theory? Don't they tell you fire about to fall from the sky?
Mm-hmm.
Don't burn the cities up and all that stuff? That's a whole different revelation than everybody else. He determined to provide his own revelation, which was successfully accomplished. Well, then, who was his prophet? Master Fard Muhammad. Didn't he teach Josiah 4? Right? He taught Noble Jew Ali, right? Who turned around and taught who? Yeah.
The boy Farad.
Yeah.
Then that boy Elijah.
Yeah.
Damn, yo, this is crazy. I need that link right there so I can hear this shit.
then Malcolm,
Mm-hmm.
then Malcolm,
Yes.
all his prophets, his line of prophets, right? This is how you get a revelation down. You got to have a prophet. Which was successfully accomplished and has provided a modest following for him over the past several decades on this side of the globe. Again, the High Council has chosen not to interfere in this aspect of his activities, though its progress and expansion are carefully monitored. This is why it was allowed to exist. Yisgao, right? His efforts have been much more structured and methodical. Unlike Michael's taste for anarchy, Yisgao has stressed simple conquest, and after firmly establishing himself above the area known to you as North Vietnam. Who is prophet? Who he running? Kim Jong-un.
That's crazy.
He has been very successful in expanding his influence throughout Southeast Asia. Why? Because Yi Scout's efforts were more methodical. His position is much less precarious than that of Michael and carefully supervised. He has had much greater loyalty and therefore less attrition caused by splintering of smaller factions within his kingdoms. Why? Because he dominates through communism in China. Remember, however, that each time, hold on, let me go back up. Remember that each time the etherian influence touches the lower heavens of the earth, there are major changes in the course and flow of mortal histories. This era of Cosmon is to be no exception. For the speed and momentum of the cultural transformations now upon us will only intensify as our etherian overseers, exalted wills, press down upon our tiny planet. All right, let me go back down here.
It's about to go down, boy.
It's about to go down, cuz. We who have your planet and its heavens in our charge are just as awed. Listen, this is why I'm telling y'all, nigga, the worst thing that could ever happen is an etherian going rogue. We lucky that can't happen. You lucky. Why? Because even gods like Osiris, even like whole nations of angels, even gods like Luamon, the false Christ, gotta bend the knee when one etherian come through. Let alone they moving in millions.
Exactly.
Right?
Ain't no competition.
Ain't no. Listen, he said, we who are in charge of the planet and the heavens in charge are in our charge. We are just as awed. They blow our mind by the etherian presence as are humble children before a wise teacher. Dang. Right? Much that they have planned is not information privileged to us. And much that we are told we do not fully appreciate as we lack their greater magnitude of comprehension. This nigga had the nerve to try to say he was the creator of sun, moon, and stars. Hold on, we got little homies. Jaja little homie, an etherian angel. He can't even comprehend what they talking about. You got to remember, Osiris been on Earth, Chile Mom, been on Earth since the 22nd arc cycle.
Yeah, he been here for a minute.
We 6,000 plus years old, 7,000 plus years old, and can't get it.
Can't get right.
How the hell? What? What? You dig what I'm talking about? Listen, bro. These Etherians is something different. Much that they have planned is information. Is not information privileged to us, and much that we are told we do not fully appreciate, as we lack their greater magnitude of comprehension. We will, however, elaborate on that which we can. The events we are to experience commencing in 2021, right, are in or 2001, right, are in conjunction with a brief Dan of 50 years. We will provide the appropriate setting for our Etherian visitors that will lead to the bridging of a major stepping stone toward the mature development of this era. A 50-year Dan starting in 01. That means that Owaspy was right. If the Dan starts in 2046, 2047, it's going to be 5 years of high etheric light bombing on the planet. But we watching it right now. We watching a Dan right now. Listen, if we have a brief Dan or time where light hits the planet for 50 years and it starts in 01, well, then guess when it stops? In 2051. That means if the Dan is 5 years, like Owaspy says it's going to be, it should start in 2046. Selah, just show right on the Odic rate that 2046 falls right on the sun cycle. Right?
Yep.
Right? And so if you was extending that time to the time of Dana, right? A Simondan, right? And it fell, it would be that 5 years in between 2046 and 2051. There go your time of Dan. Right?
That's when we going into the future after that.
Yeah, but we smack dab in the middle of it now.
Exactly. After 2040. And look, we getting the early precursors of AI now. Just imagine what AI gonna look like in 2050.
I know that.
Can't imagine.
Low key scary.
Yeah, it's gonna be some old next shit.
And see, but we gotta know this stuff. We gotta know this stuff so it don't be scary.
Right.
So why everybody else? So why they got Blu-ray and blue what they call that thing in the sky?
The blue beam
and all that going on, and they shooting all stuff. They got men dressed up in alien suits and flying around and all that stuff. You dig what I'm talking about with Earth Tech? They gonna be panicking. We know it's a joke. No,
they're already introducing that shit. I done seen some pictures like in China where they already having like the blue beam project shows like displays and shit like that.
Yeah,
that shit about to be a regular thing in a minute.
I seen one where they had a face next to the moon.
Right, shit like that. Right.
Yeah, you seen that?
Yeah, that shit crazy.
The events we are experiencing in 2021 are in conjunction with a brief Dan of 50 years and will provide the appropriate setting for our Etherian visitors. Because remember, they had to have a place like Yeshua after a time, of coming down to earth, dealing with low-ass man. You did what I'm talking about, where they had to go up and recharge themselves. Right? But now what Osiris is explaining is that they are setting the conditions to where they can be just on earth. Could you imagine just being around an Etherian? What that would make you feel like?
That shit crazy.
Imagine if you had one in every city.
You talking to a nigga 1,000,000 years old and shit.
Oh, no.
1,000,000 years older than the Earth.
That's crazy, yo.
Yeah,
Imagine talking to
that's
somebody like that, yo. That's crazy.
That's different. You dig what I'm talking about? Y'all
You
want
know,
to
them
keep?
niggas don't even be communicating verbally. Like in the
Let me put this.
them
Let me
niggas will
put
talk
this.
telepathically to your ass and shit.
Let me put this in the chat. Share this with y'all real quick.
Yeah, man, I'm about to close out, man, too. We've been on this motherfucker 5 hours exactly right now. But share that link. I need to goddamn get that on my online instead of having this big ass book to carry around.
Let me put this in the back chat real quick.
Yeah, put that in the backy. The backy pataki.
I'll throw it in there. I'll throw it in the chat for anybody else who want to read it. You know, we don't hide nothing around here.
Not around here.
Not around here. It's crazy, man. That was crazy build, man. You did what I'm talking about. We always stay up on our toes. You dig what I'm talking about?
Facts. Ain't no slipping around here, homie.
No, sir. No, sir, man. Hey, man. It was a dope build, though. I can't lie. Early in the morning, cooking.
Yeah, no, exactly. Cooking.
Yeah,
you talking about prophecy, nigga. What they talking about?
Yeah, right. Man. You see that? You see your boy beat Mike Tyson, man.
Yeah, that was some bullshit. I ain't see the fight, but that was some bullshit, yo.
It was some bullshit.
Yeah, that's what I said. Like, that should be rigged.
You know what I mean? You know, there's one nigga you can't whoop. I'm telling you. Father Time. That nigga, you can't whoop that nigga, man. When you old, you just old.
Yeah.
Put your ass down somewhere. You dig what I'm saying? This ought to be a lesson to them old heads too, man. Sit your motherfucking ass down somewhere.
Yeah, exactly.
You seen the fight, though?
Niggas.
You have seen the fight?
No, I ain't see it. You seen it?
Yeah.
I ain't see it.
It was trash.
I didn't even take it serious, bro. I'm like,
Mike was listen, man. Them legs, when you ain't, you know what I mean. Nobody got hit with no real shots. Right?
That shit looked like it was staged and shit.
No, it wasn't staged. I think that they was really going at it, but you got a great boxer way past this prime, pushing himself, and he can't pull the trigger. He can't. Dog is too quick, too fast, too big. You dig what I'm talking about? 30 years younger than him. He was on his head, just controlling him with the jab. You dig what I'm talking about? Ain't nobody really got hit with nothing. It was Mike lost his legs in like the middle of the second round.
Well, he fell. He got knocked down?
No, he didn't fall down, but the legs wasn't right. And when you see a boxer put both of his hands out in front of him, when somebody is punching, he ain't got it no more.
Oh, right.
Right. You did what I'm talking about? Because you be blocking with one, your hand on your cheek, and you're ready to strike with the other one. He trying to block with both hands.
Well,
you did what I'm talking about? Because
that's an old don't hit me posture and shit.
Yeah. Don't hit me posture. Exactly.
Don't hit me, please. Don't hit me.
Exactly.
Man, it was crazy, man. It was. You gotta respect Mike. He a warrior, but
you already know.
Bro, you ain't got no more of them in you, cuz.
Yeah, let that shit go for now, my nigga.
Yeah, man. Let them young boys have that, man.
He be killing it in the training.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I don't understand.
Like in the training, he be going crazy.
Training and fighting is two different things.
Yeah, exactly.
But we talking about Mike Tyson, who we watching.
Yeah, it's like the energy he be sending out on that damn bat. I'm like, nigga,
he's still strong. Mike's strong. Listen, Mike's stronger than he ever been. But he ain't as flexible. He ain't got enough stamina or wind to be that powerful over an 8-round fight. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah.
And it was only 2-minute rounds, and it was lackluster to say the least. It was lackluster. And if Mike didn't have that type of power, right? He couldn't have kept in the worry of that power. You dig what I'm talking about? He couldn't have kept Jake Paul up off of him.
Right.
Like if Jake Paul would have like jumped on Mike, he could have knocked Mike out. It was bad. It was bad. I didn't like it. I don't feel good about it, and I'm not gonna watch it again. You did what I'm talking about. I'm just not gonna watch it, bro. I don't like to see my the champions in my mind, the warriors.
And now, you know, like on some race shit, you know, the European, you know, we whites got one up on Mike.
Yo,
white boy be talking hella shit, you know what I mean?
That's the first thing I said at work.
Nigga, Mike's supposed to be fighting for the slaves and shit like that. You know, that was one of them type of situations. Like, nigga, you fight for the ancestors, nigga.
Well, what we know is,
I can't believe
your big ass won't get in there. And shit. Your big ass won't get in there with these boys who really fight. That's your age. You won't get in there with even the young boy that just got beat for the championship. You won't get in there with the Browns bomber.
Who you talking about?
You won't get in there with AJ. You won't get in there with Dubois. These the boys your size. He was towering over Mike about 4 inches.
Oh yeah, I did.
You did what I'm talking about. Mike about 5'11". So he had him about 4 or 5 inches. And but go fight them boys that's already 6'5".
So you know that white boy talking shit. But didn't he get his ass whooped not too long after that, before that?
No, he lost to Tyson Fury, little brother, Tony Fury.
Oh, okay.
Who is a real boxer.
Yeah, man, he lost to him. Man, but shit, man.
He knocked everybody else out except Mike.
You know Mike, what I mean? Man, that was disappointing, my nigga. Like, nigga, you supposed to kill that white boy.
I hate to see Mike. And dog, he was giving it his all.
You talking about Mike? You said Mike was giving it his all?
Yeah, Mike a pit bull, bro.
Oh,
he
man.
A pit bull. He was, you know what I mean? He wasn't taking no hellified shots, but it's just the accumulation. He was tired. You could tell his legs wasn't all the way there. You dig what I'm talking about? His hands didn't look right. His eyes didn't look right. He kept biting on his mouthpiece. He kept sticking his thumb in his mouth and biting on, trying to adjust his mouthpiece during the fight.
Yeah.
It was weird. You dig what I'm talking about? I didn't like to see it. I don't like it. You dig what I'm talking about? And I wish somebody go in there and knock this motherfucker out who can really fight.
That part.
Listen. I'm telling you, I'll whoop Jake Paul. I'll get in shape.
Yeah,
I'm 15 years younger than Mike.
Bro, I seen how he was throwing his punches and how he had his hands up. I'm like, what? I'm like, I can't take this shit serious, bro.
Wasn't right. He couldn't close the gap because his legs wasn't there. People forget about that. The greatest part about boxing is 2 things: your feet movement and your head movement. Mike couldn't move his feet because his legs were shot already. After the second round, his legs was done. That's
the second round out of 10 rounds. So you already know.
8. Yeah, they went 8. They went 8 rounds, but his joints was done in the second, bro. You dig what I'm talking about? He ain't look right after that. And I do this boxing shit, man. It just I didn't like to see our champions, our warriors, go out like that. Mike might have needed the bread though. He made a lot of money.
Yeah, he probably did that shit for the bread, Joe. Fuck that.
Bro, this is well over 100 mil. Mike
he ain't studying that shit.
Well over 100 mil.
Yeah, he ain't studying that shit.
Because I know this thing grossed at least 300. You know how many people watch that shit on Netflix? Everybody. Everybody.
You did what I'm talking about? Them had Super Bowl numbers and shit.
I didn't even know that shit was on Netflix.
It was on Netflix for free.
For
That's the
free?
dope part, right? So
See,
you can just.
That's how you know. Like, come on, bro. You don't gotta fool me. You can't. I know what's going on.
That's wild.
That shit is wild.
I thought he was gonna do a little bit better than he did, man. Because whatchamacallit came up, stumped on his bunion in the
Yeah,
press.
he did hard. He went harder than that slap that he did in the whole round, probably. And
Man,
shit.
he slapped the taste out of it. Fuck. Now, don't get it twisted. Now, boxing is boxing. Don't get it twisted. If Jake Paul pressed Mike Tyson in the street, oh Lord.
Yeah, the street fight, that would be different.
He would kill Jake Paul. And that's what people was mistaken. Fighting for boxing.
Yeah.
They
were talking about some type of strict rules. Them niggas was going about some crazy shit too.
Listen, in a fight, you can't stop them knuckles. You ain't got no boxing glove to stop that knuckle.
Or referee.
Mike ain't even got to hit you all the way and he gonna hurt something. You could block it. But he's so strong as an old. That's a 58, 60-year-old man, man. He got that old nigga strength.
Yeah.
And he can punch. That's Mike Tyson.
Yeah,
You'll never lose that. You know what I mean? That strength, you'll never lose. How it get there, how fast it get there, that's another thing. But the power, you don't do nothing but get stronger. You did what I'm talking about, especially when you reactivate the muscles. Oh man, this is why the best bodybuilders are in their 40s and 50s. Because your body is ready to settle. You did what I'm talking about. They got man weight, so now it'll grow real big.
Mm-hmm.
You did what I'm talking about. This is why your best of the best is older in the bodybuilding. They 40s, they in they late 30s, 40s, early 50s. Them be the best of the best. Because now you got the mass with the definition. You dig what I'm saying? So yeah, it didn't look right, man. I don't like to see my dog like that. Listen.
Got hands and feet.
Jake Paul got to stop hiding. He got to stop hiding, and one of y'all boys got to call him out. I'm holding y'all to that. Y'all got the revenge, Mike Tyson. One of you big boys go in there and get some revenge. Who can really box?
Yeah.
At least he ain't knocked the nigga out though.
Right. No, Mike was too tough to get knocked out. But you should have seen it. It looked bad.
Yeah, I just seen a little clip, but that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I'm saying he a cash cow. He the biggest. This is the crazy part. Jake Paul is the biggest draw in boxing. Let that sink in.
So he's a real boxer?
He really boxed, bro. He really boxed. But he ain't fought no real boxers. In the first real boxer he fought is 60 years old.
Now he get to say
the other
now he
real
get to walk
boxer
around and say he beat Mike
lost
Tyson.
to.
Right, that's what I was saying too. Like,
yep.
Yeah, I beat that nigga. You know what I mean?
Yeah, he gonna. Yeah, I mean, you know, I just hate that he can say it.
When he among his white counterparts and no niggas around. Yeah, I beat that nigga Mike Tyson. I beat that monkey. You know what I mean? You nigga be talking that shit, bro. I'm like, oh, come on, Mike. You gave that nigga the privilege to talk that shit?
Exactly.
This is why I'm saying some of them boys, like, now I would have said at one time, I would have said like Charlos. You did what I'm talking about, who walk around in the 160s, 170s. You did what I'm talking about, or some of these, but now we done seen the boy blew up. So you're a big boy now. Now you got to go get some of this heavyweight work. I want some Dubois to beat his ass. AJ, the bronze bomber. I want somebody to put some hands on this boy.
Mm-hmm.
You did what I'm talking about. You're not just gonna get that one off on Mike T. You did what I'm talking about. I feel some type of way about that.
Man. It's still about to have. It might be a little white boy at school tomorrow. Get into it with a black dude. Like, man, you know what?
Get his motherfucking ass beat.
Right. He gonna feel like
I just beat Mike Tyson up last night. You know what? I'm not scared of you.
right.
Y'all see, y'all probably too young to remember, but back in the late 80s, they came out with Rocky and Rocky 2.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Right?
That
The
Russian.
white boys came to school like they was tough.
Yeah, that Russian had niggas shook, boy.
Yeah, the Russian niggas and all that with where they killed Apollo Creed.
Man, I remember when I was young, that
Listen,
Russian
bro,
had niggas shook, yo.
these niggas came to school like they was the shit. Man, we was punishing them. They was tough though. They got that Italian stallion. You know what I mean? Foo-fopping their ass in the 80s.
Mm-hmm.
And the 90s. In the 90s, what did they do? Which one did they come with? Oh no, another one in the 80s. I'm gonna tell you that one that set niggas off though. If you old enough to know and remember, they came out and played Roots in 1986. It was like a series, right? That they played night after night for like a week on like NBC or something. You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
Bro, niggas went to school. We felt some type of way. I whooped me a couple white boys. I got a best friend to this day named Andy, man. That's my boy, man. I had to, as a man, I apologized to him because even then I didn't understand what I was feeling. I just knew I was mad.
Right. I'm just whooping nigga ass.
Yeah. Oh, nigga, ain't gonna be no more. Ain't gonna be no slave. Come to my ass. You dig what I'm talking about? So I remember that I was in 3rd grade. That's how long ago. Cosmology was in 3rd grade.
Damn.
The niggas knew that something wasn't right.
Something wasn't right, nigga. You wasn't gonna whoop me. You wasn't gonna whoop me. I watched that thing every night for a week. Fuming.
Yo, that's wild, yo.
Mm-hmm.
We got 28 people in the chat still. That's crazy.
Damn, for real?
Early in the morning, bro.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's like 5 people in the chat. That's wild.
It's early service going on right now. We give y'all church service in the morning, Saturday service, Sabbath service.
Was a king to a god. Was a god to a non-believer who don't believe in anything.
Yeah, man, we gotta show.
I think that movie. Y'all seen the movie? The little commercial for the movie with Denzel.
Nah.
The Gladiator 2.
No, I ain't seen it.
Bro, that's gonna be hard because he play a real character, a real historical character.
A word?
Yeah, a black Roman emperor. Right, who got overthrown and all that. They turned on him and you know what I mean, got him up out of there. But he's a nigga and a Roman.
That's crazy, yo.
Yeah, and become Roman emperor. You dig what I'm talking about? This is a real man. You dig what I'm saying?
You gotta see what time of history this is. See what type of gem they're trying to say and shit.
Yeah, you know they be dropping them in there.
Right.
Yeah, they'll drop some troops.
Oh, that nigga Caligula was a nigga and shit. You know?
Yeah, hey, listen. Damn, Constantine got some nappy ass here.
Right. Constantine was a nigga.
Man, somebody showed me that too one time, man. A picture, I think it was Mally. Showed me a picture of Constantine. And I want to say it's in the King James Bible. Mally showed me a picture of Constantine. It's a nigga with a fro.
Yeah, yo.
Yeah, listen.
It was real.
Lost it.
That may have been in the lost books of the Bibles and had the halo around his head and shit. Because I know that picture of Constantine is in there.
Hey, do y'all remember in the movie Roots when Kunta tried to run away. Kunta tried to run away. Do y'all remember that they sent a nigga to go get him?
Mm.
Do y'all remember that? Y'all probably don't remember that scene.
Mm.
But it was OJ. OJ tracked him down, but OJ was an Indian.
Mm.
Niggas forgot about that scene.
Mm.
They was first of all, let's get this understood. Kunta Kinte is a Choctaw name.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole mixed of the story that they trying to say that you some African nigga. No, nigga. Kunta Kinte mean he who speaks with the beaver. Right? He who is the beaver whisperer. That's what that means. That's what Kunta Kinte means. It's a Choctaw name. Right? So when they send the actual slave catcher, they send a nigga. OJ. He say, I'm a Bantu warrior, I'm a Zulu warrior, whatever he say. OJ big as hell over this nigga. Like, oh, simmer down, young fella. Y'all probably don't remember that, man, but
yeah, I'm gonna have to go back and check that shit.
Yeah, that's in Roots. OJ, just type in on YouTube because I don't want them to take down the live. But type in on YouTube, OJ chases down Kunta Kinte in Roots, and it's gonna bring it right up. And OJ gonna be in his Indian gear, and watch how the quote unquote African looks just like the Indian.
Mm-hmm. Can't even tell the difference and shit.
Right. This LeVar Burton. We know he an American Negro. And OJ, we know he American Negro, and he really claimed India.
Mm.
You dig what I'm talking about? They said, they said, OJ, is you black? You black? He's like, nah, I'm OJ. Nigga, nah, I ain't black. I'm OJ. Nigga.
So I ain't black. I'm me.
Nigga, I'm OJ, the truth, nigga. I'm so glad. Listen, I'm so glad that he beat that charge, and they got to eat that before he died.
Right, the nigga laughing down from the heavens.
Yeah, man, rise in power to my nigga OJ.
Nigga laughing down from the heavens like, ha ha.
Yeah, y'all thought y'all had me. And come
shit,
to find
man,
out, hey, did y'all know? Come to find out, he really didn't do it.
Yeah, that's
he had hired. Well, Nicole Simpson had hired this guy as the grounds manager worker, right?
Yeah, he did that shit.
He comes out to be this serial killer.
Right, I remember that shit.
Who about 3-4 years later gets caught. You dig what I'm talking about? And admitted to the whole.
Yeah,
Nicole,
he confessed to the shit. Yep.
The whole shit.
That's crazy.
You dig what I'm talking about?
They did all that for OJ for nothing, yo.
Yup, they did that. Well, I think OJ, while they was punishing OJ, he was behind
so he may have owed a debt.
Some of that, yeah, with I think your boy Bill Cosby. Remember, he was part of a group that was trying to buy NBC. Remember, Bill Cosby tried to buy NBC 3 times.
Mm-hmm.
Once in the 80s, once in the early 90s with that OJ shit in the mid 90s, and once again in the 2000s. After the 3rd time, they had to get his ass the fuck up out of there. You got to go, dog, because they couldn't keep holding him off.
Mm-hmm.
You did what I'm talking about? Can't keep holding him off. You dog.
He had that paper. But shit, man, I'm about to sign up out of here, man. I'm about to doze off fucking with y'all niggas. It's 5:24. No, 5 hours and 24 minutes. You know what I mean?
Hell yeah, man.
Dropping that knowledge and information, though.
Yeah, this was definitely a good build, man.
Yeah, we're gonna have to
Yeah,
do some more all
I'll
nighters,
probably
yo.
hop on in a little while, a little later or something. You dig
Yeah,
what I'm
hop
talking
on, keep the vibes going, shit. Nigga, need something to vibe to anyway.
about?
It don't be nothing to
If
listen
y'all
to.
want me to, I'll hop on. You dig what I'm
Yeah,
talking about?
it don't be nothing. It don't shit. It don't be nothing to listen to. I be trying to find shit on YouTube. I'm like, damn, ain't nothing to listen to. Ain't everybody on this low vibrational? Jesus is
I
God. And it's
know.
God, Jesus and shit. And
I be pulling up old videos, yo.
yeah, I gotta play old shit.
Yo, that's why I seen you online. I'm like, this live right now? You on right
Yeah.
now? Like, yo, this. I'm like,
Yeah,
okay.
I got on live like 1:30, 1:40 in the morning and shit.
Yeah, I was
I
like,
didn't think
okay.
nobody was gonna be on. I was like, fuck. I just woke up. I'm like, I'm gonna get on, yo. I'm just get on.
Yeah, I'm glad I got the notification. That's what's good, man. All
Word.
praises to the Most High Creator. Everybody be safe. Peace to everybody in the chat.
No doubt. Until next time, King.
Peace, y'all.
All right, bro. Holla at y'all, man.
All right, family. Hey,
Yes,
love,
sir.
light, balance, man. Y'all go over there to Cosmon Cal TV, sub, like, share. You did what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm about to do, but I probably want to. I honestly want to show something. You dig what I'm talking about?
Yeah, why don't you go live? Shit, you know what I mean? It's Saturday, ain't nothing going on. Ain't nobody sleep. Shit, I still got 25 people online. Everybody
I
go to
kind of want to get into this culture series because we got some of the biggest hustlers to ever do it up here.
Yeah, I know you do. I seen them documentaries, man.
You dig what I'm talking about? I kind of
Best
want
friends
to
and all that.
I'm wondering if they gonna block it or you know what I mean. I'm not sure if I can. I don't see why I wouldn't be able to show it, but
yeah, because we be doing that shit all the time anyway.
It is what it is. I ain't about to use StreamYard too much longer. No way.
Yeah, we're gonna talk about that. You're right, yo.
Yeah. So I'm learning that that new system that Yo got. It's kind of like this, but it's a little different, but it's a lot similar.
Yeah,
So I was sitting down learning it the other day. It's not too hard. You just gotta load up. It's different. Like see this screen that's on here, that's right now we're looking at. I can move it and size it down, and then size you up and bring you up and.
Oh yeah. That's how whatchamacallit was like that. Streamlab is like that.
Mm-hmm.
Before I started
So
using
you can work it all on one screen at one time.
Yeah,
I haven't figured out how to. I figured out how to put the little scrolling thing at the bottom, but I haven't figured out like if I wanted, like, let's say somebody is sending a link, something in the chat. They're saying something in the chat, and I want to show it on the screen. Right? I haven't figured out how to do that yet.
Yeah, because in the Streamlab, it was certain shit I couldn't do it. Like the advantages you got with StreamYard, some of them other platforms is a little bit more challenging to do than to just click it and there you got it right there type shit.
Yeah.
Go in folders, click that folder, this folder, and then there it is type shit.
Yeah. You did what I'm talking about. I kind of, I kind of want to get into this culture series, show some of it's a bunch of stuff that I want to show. You know what I mean? Like, documentaries and just little stuff. You dig what I'm talking about? I want to do a series on the Indian Wars. A lot of people not up on the Indian Wars in America. They don't know anything about Indian slavery.
Yeah,
right?
You should do a series of them shits. Part 2, part 3 type shit.
That's what I'm gonna do. You know what I mean? I want to show the documentaries, but I ain't trying to get no strikes and all that shit.
I just recreate them in my own way. You know what I'm saying? Shit, just recreate that shit.
But see, that's what I'm saying. You dig what I'm saying? We gonna have to do that on our own.
Like whatever sources they bringing up.
At that time, I'm bringing my own information.
Whatever source. I'll just take their sources. Whatever sources they using, just take that shit and flip that shit.
And that's what we end up. That's what we're gonna end up doing. But just to see the information that's out there, you know what I mean? Most people don't be, man. Sometimes I find myself talking to people, they be looking at me crazy, like, what is you talking about? You dig what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't know what the exosphere is. You dig what I'm talking about?
Right.
They looking at you crazy like, what?
Yeah, they
You
better
dig what I'm
start
talking about? Sinoluminescence. What?
Yeah, they better start researching this shit. They better
What the
start
hell are you
researching.
talking about, Cosmo? Dump that shit down.
Yeah, they gotta
you dig
start
what I'm talking about?
researching.
So sometimes I be having to check myself. I get to talking and just think that everybody understand what I'm understanding.
Yeah, sometimes they got to step up. They got to do their research and rise up to the occasion. You know what I mean?
He say do a show on Project 2025, and will it affect faith? Is it governmental?
Shit, we gonna see.
Yeah, I mean, it may. You dig what I'm talking about, it, right? You know what I mean? But will it affect you really? On what level? What is it? What is it? I done heard so many different things that it's supposed to do.
Yeah, I don't know too much about it. I researched. I seen some videos on it, but I'm like, shit.
Yeah, so I'll probably get into what is. Yeah, that's the good ass idea because everybody talking
current
about
event topic. Yeah, that's some current event. Niggas need some current event shit to talk about anyway.
Yeah, you know what I mean. It's something good to talk about because a lot of people don't know what it's about or what it's gonna do, or you dig what I'm talking about, or you know. And I've heard both sides.
Right.
You know, I've heard both sides.
Shit, man, nigga, let me get up out of here, bro.
Yeah, man, I'm gone, man.
Crash out in this motherfucker.
All right, bro.
If you go live, shit, just drop the link in the chat. Nigga, gonna tap in.
Yeah, for sure.
Here, man.
Love,
all right, Cosmo Cal in the building. Peace
y'all.
to the righteous God. My nigga Cosmo Cal is out of here. And family, we better rise up out of here. You know it's a vibe. You know how we do, but first, we got some music. Hit him with that Judah rap.
Lion and Judah rap. The penile gland holds the power. They plan to crucify me at the 9th hour. Charges against me, attempts to arrest me, apostate Jews, Pharisees and Sadducees. I spoke parables to the multitude at Galilee. Paint pictures with parables that'll fill up a gallery. Zealous Jews, killers on a salary. Jealous and confused, heart harking, burning like calories. Restore the blind, raise the dead from the coffin, bruh. But my command make angels sing like an orchestra. The scribes took notes saying I'm a sorcerer. Reports above my head, flying sorcerers. Ascending and descending lights from the etherian heights. 9th hour daytime turn to midnight. The ground started vibrating hard as the temples and synagogues are destroyed by God. The children of God can make God.